Late to the party, guys. Late to the party. But we're here. We are here. Could not start earlier. Apologize for that. But we are here. And I got to say, Chelsea, even though they're winning, they might win. Doesn't matter. A club that spends so much money and plays football like this, it's pretty embarrassing, I got to say. I mean, they can win 4-0 for all I care. But Chelsea plays really poor football. Really, really poor football. Hey, what's up, Endon? Let me just set stuff up. Give me a second. Yeah, Chelsea plays a really, really poor football for the amount of money they spend. I mean, that's what I expected. I expected them to play this poorly. But it's even funnier to see when it's all hype. English football is all hype. And again, they can win today. Like maybe they are. I don't think they're going to win. Actually, I mean, Milan is not playing great, but Milan is not playing great. But Milan can definitely tie this game and even sneak one in. I mean, Chelsea is just a shambles. I mean, really. So if you spend millions and billions, this is what you get. This is what you get. Sassuolo plays better than Chelsea. I mean, we got scored on by a really poor goalkeeping error from Tatarusano, who rebounded the ball right there in the middle. But aside from that, is this what all that money buys you? This is what all that money buys you? This is the kind of football that we're supposed to... Oh my God, English football is so good. English football is so good. I'm so scared of English teams. This is the kind of football that is supposed to make me shit my pants? This? Bruh. English football is a disaster. Absolute disaster. We're probably going to win this game in the end. Like Chelsea, I mean, Chelsea can win it for sure. They most likely are going to win it. But this team is no threat whatsoever. At the San Siro, this team is going to get destroyed. They're going to get absolutely demolished. They're winning. I mean, we are just so inexperienced in this competition. We're just so inexperienced in this competition. But like, if Napoli was playing Chelsea right now, Napoli would be up 5-0. Milan just needs to get their shit together. But this team, Chelsea, is no threat whatsoever. Literally, it's a bee without a sting. It is a bee without a sting. And again, I'm not saying they can win. We can win. They can win. But this is the almighty Chelsea, the $5 billion club, the here, let me pay $200 million for this, $60 million for that. Is this what all that money gives you? all that money gives you this. Yo, England EPL is the ruin of football. It is the ruin of football. We need to start the Super League today. Today. Because the English are ruining football the way we know it. They are destroying the sport. They spent all that money for a team that plays worse than fucking Torino. They spent all that money for a team that plays worse than Udinese. All that money for a team that plays worse than freaking Fiorentina, Roma, Lazio, all of these teams. The English EPL is a ruining football as we know it. We need to start the Super League right away. Right away. We need to start the Super League today, not tomorrow, yesterday, because the English are ruining football. They're making football worse. Remember how people are saying how football just doesn't look like the way it used to look like? Football used to be more technical, more tactical, more whatever. Now the excuse is, oh, football is more athletic now. No, football is this. This is what all that money pays for? Chelsea? The almighty English EPL Chelsea team. Oh my God, I'm shaking in my boots. I'm shaking in my boots. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Yo, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. The Super League needs to start right away. It needs to start. No. Do you honestly think a Super League would save football? It wouldn't say it would say football from the EPL. Yes, because this is what all that money buys you. Look at Milan. They're dominating Chelsea in their home ground. I mean, Milan is just. I mean, the Keller is I don't know. People are telling me that the Keller is this a god amongst football players, but Milan with Dest and Balotelli are freaking. I mean, Milan is not playing well either. Yeah, I'm not saying Milan's playing, but I wasn't expecting Milan to play that great today. I wasn't expecting. But this is Chelsea, guys. This is Chelsea. Bruh, Super League today. We need to start because these motherfuckers are going to keep on spending. They're going to spend 70 million on players like Orsolini. Do you understand? As long as these stupid fucking teams like Chelsea and all these stupid fucking EPL teams, stupid. Yes, I'm going to say it. All these stupid EPL teams spend 60, 70 million for players like Petagna and Orsolini. We need to start the Super League today. Because look at this. Look at how Chelsea is playing. This is Chelsea. All fucking year, I'm hearing, oh my God, English teams are so good. English teams are going to destroy us. We're not even going to touch the ball. The English teams are just going to fucking eat us alive. Wah! Wah! The English teams, I'm so scared. Bruh, this is bullshit. This is fourth tier football they're playing. Fourth tier football. Fourth tier football. This is embarrassing. These motherfuckers will spend 80 million, 60, 70 million for players like Petagna. Do you understand why we need the Super League right away? Oh, mamma mia, ragazzi. Mamma mia, ragazzi. What an embarrassment. What an embarrassment to the sport. These motherfuckers, these English guys are fucking ruining football as we know it. And I'm saying Chelsea can win, guys. Chelsea's most likely they're going to win this game. But really? This is how you play football? This is all what money buys? Oh, we need money, guys. We need a lot of money because we need to buy fucking Petagna and Orsolini. Bruh. Dude, this is absolute embarrassment. The Super League needs to start right away. It doesn't matter if they win. They can win 4-0. I told you. They can win 4-0 today. They can win 5-0. It does not matter. Okay? Milan has spent 70 million to build. Well, now with De Ketelaere, they spent 100 million in 3 years to build this team. 100 million. That's all they spent in 3 years. How much has Chelsea spent in 3 years to build this? I mean, what? If I'm Chelsea, I should be happy seeing this because they scored another goal. Wow, okay, but playing football like this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. If I was a Chelsea fan, this would be fucking embarrassing if I was a Chelsea fan. This is not football. This is fucking. People are telling me that if Italian teams were in the EPL, Italian teams would destroy fucking teams like Chelsea. They would destroy. Milan. Milan is playing like shit. Sure. Milan is playing like shit. Whatever. I wasn't expecting us to win today. I told you guys I told you yesterday. I told you the day before. I don't think Milan was going to win this game. But Milan, Milan, Milan. The amount of money that was spent to build Milan was peanuts. The amount of money that they spent to build this fucking shitty ass team that I have in front of me is the reason why we need the Super League. The Super League. Like we need the Super League right away. We gotta. Otherwise, the English teams are going to destroy football. They're going to ruin football as we know it. The EPL is on a course to nuclearize football as we know it. The Super League needs to start right away because these motherfuckers are going to keep on spending 80 million for players like Petagna, and that's it. And that's it. And that is it. The EPL is better. You motherfuckers can't even fucking play football. Look at how you're playing. Look at how fucking Chelsea's playing. If Milan played like this for all the money they spent, I would be fucking rioting. I would be riding on the street. If Milan spent all the money that Chelsea spent and played the way Chelsea plays, I'd be fucking rioting. Okay? You guys don't have standards. That's why. You guys just your football standards are super low. That's why. That's why you think EPL teams are better, but they're not. They're really not. Roy, you were praising Haaland, but he plays this type of way and scores. I was praising Haaland. Haaland is a football player. He's not a fucking team. What are you talking about? Let them overspend. It's very much no, but let them overspend. The problem is that they dilute the market, and then they monopolize the market. But they monopolize. At least if they were like the thing is like, okay, you spend all that money, but at least show me high level football. You know, show me high level football. You spend all this money at least, but this. Listen, the only reason why Milan is losing is because we have all these fucking injuries. One, and two, because this team is still just when it comes to the Champions League, we're just not ready. We're just still not ready to. But if we had Magnan, Calabria, Hernandez, and all our Kjaer and all the defense, and we would have our, especially the fullbacks, because the fullbacks are such an important part of your mechanics. Like your fullbacks in a football team are like so important to how the team moves, how the team defends, how the team attacks. When both of your fullbacks are missing, and your goal and your main goal, of course you're going to suffer. Of course you're not going to play at your full potential. So I wasn't expecting us to win because of that. It's simply because of that. I mean, it is 90% because of the injuries, and the other percentage is just because Chelsea is more experienced in this competition, and obviously we are not. We're just not experienced in this competition. We're just not experienced. We still have to build our experience, but games like this is going to help us build. But the real spectacle to me today is not Milan losing, it's not how Milan is playing, it is how poorly Chelsea plays. And the fact is that people are going to see this result and they're going to think, "Oh my God, Chelsea's so amazing. They're going to kill us." No, guys, at the San Siro, I'm ready to make a bet. You guys want to make a bet with me right now? At the San Siro, with this same team, Milan is going to rip Chelsea in half. With this same fucking team. With the same team. With the same team, Milan is going to rip Chelsea in half. And I said they can win 4-0, they can win 5-0 today. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many goals they score today. It doesn't matter. They are playing so poorly, Chelsea, that we need to start the Super League. We need to start it right away. It doesn't matter. They can score 5 goals today, guys. It doesn't matter. They're playing so badly, so poorly, that they have zero excuses. And again, Milan without the defenders, without all of that, and also CDK is just ineffective. CDK is like he doesn't exist pretty much. So we just have it's just like last season, man. It is just like last season. We lose our players and we lose games. It is the way it is. Dest is so shit. I mean, Dest has been put in the situation where he has to play, against a tough team. But I wouldn't. He's just not ready for these kind of games. He's not ready. I mean, Tonali and Benacer are completely lost. Are they lost, or is it the players around them that are not giving them, options? Because the double pivots, who do the double pivots open to? Andon, who are the double pivots opening the game to? Who do they look for when opening the game? That's right. Yeah. So again, fullbacks in a team are very, very important to the mechanisms of how a team progresses. And when you don't have your regular fullbacks, especially the situation where both our fullbacks are so inexperienced, and also our right wing, we don't have a right wing today. Krunic is an improvised player over there. Of course, you're gonna suffer, guys. I told you guys the other day, like we're gonna most likely lose. I mean, we're gonna lose this game. That's why I was said, like, even if we lose today, I don't care. Like, the situation is what it is. Like, I've been telling you guys of these few days, look, we're not going to win this game. We're most likely going to lose this game because of this situation. Because of this situation. Yeah, but if you don't have your right wing and you don't have your fullbacks, the rest of the team is not going to perform. Guys, CDK is just guys. CDK is far from being. So I want to hear something. Like yesterday, Raspadori had a 4-goal contribution against Ajax. 4-goal contribution against Ajax. Today, CDK was absolutely inexistent. Like not one pass right. How are people still telling me that CDK is better than Raspadori? In which world? In which world? He's not ass, but don't compare him to Raspadori. Like Raspadori is a superior player. Period. Hey, I'm on the live, bro. Join the live if you want to talk.
Hello?
I'm on a live, so join the live if you want to talk.
Oh, you're live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Peace. All the commentators say Napoli looks miles. No, Napoli looks miles above almost everybody, bro. Not just above. I mean, above us. I wouldn't. Guys, listen. Give us the full team. Give us the full squad. It's a whole different story. Okay. Like again, football is not just a one-man sport. It's an 11-man sport, and and you have complete departments of your squad missing. Oh, guys, here we go. Here we go. What's up?
Reese James, huh?
Score?
Did you not see his goal?
Oh, that was him.
Yeah, he blasted it. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed whatsoever.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
No, let me be
this
honest.
Chelsea. What? Go ahead.
Um, no, I want to say that all jokes aside, like I only said Reece James just because I told you he was good. He actually got an assist and a goal, but I mean, it's not that he's like wide open, and the defending and goalkeeping on both of those were really bad. But anyways, what I want to say is I actually believe your point, like about like I think you're right when you say that mentality like is such a huge thing because we look like absolute cowards today. Like it's not even that we have the ball. Chelsea are not like pressing us and not like giving us. I mean, in the mid, like when we try to attack, yes, but they're giving us space and time. Um, it's just that it looks like we don't have any like especially defensively, all the little mistakes. Like Chelsea's not even that good of a team right now. They're not that good in England. Their players, they're not like really creating amazing chances. Like they're doing is just switching sides, whipping in some crosses. It's just us that we're just collapsing. It's an embarrassment, and that makes me mad because I thought I expected more from us. I hope that Pioli. Thing with Pioli is he's never really done. I mean, he's before he came to us, he was kind of like a fringe manager. With us, he did well. He won the league. He's good in Italy. I just hope that he can eventually start doing stuff in Europe as well, because these performances. This is what I said before the game. That's why I told you. I told you I tried telling you that it's for some reason I have these bad feelings when we play against these clubs, especially in England away. I don't. We haven't shown that we can like handle that yet, and we're still like not ready for that because we're getting. I mean, this is just insane. So yeah, very disappointing. I was really excited for this game. Sad to see. Sad to
Mm.
see.
Yeah, look, I've okay. First of all, I've been talking for a while here about this. I mean, I honestly started the live just 20 minutes ago, to be honest with you. But I am so disappointed in Chelsea. Like I was expecting something magical, for the amount of money they spend, for the hype that these guys get. It's not impressive. This 3-0 win is not impressive. The way they're playing, yeah, like right now, I mean, as I said, when you don't have your fullbacks and you have this kind of position, and right, we're not ready for to play. You can see it in the players, like mentality. The team is not ready to play. I wasn't expecting us to win today, so it's I'm fine. I've got no issue. My issue is how Chelsea is playing. Because if you're gonna beat us 3-0, at least do it with fucking flair, but not like this.
I will say this though, Chelsea. I mean, it's. I understand what you're saying, Roy. You have to understand though, Chelsea right now isn't like hyped up as being like a great team because they've struggled a lot this season. They have a lot to. Oh, well, they have a lot to you know prove, and they've had a lot of questions. Like a lot of Chelsea fans were very nervous about this game, even though it was at home because we're in good form. So it's not like they were overhyped as favorites. Now about the way they're playing. Potter, their coach, set them up to just play full on counterattack. So that was their game plan, and you can say that that's not good, but honestly, I've accepted that when you play, if you want to commit to playing that style, I mean, and to get results, you can go ahead. I don't know if they're going to be able to win against other better teams. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say the word better because I don't. We've shown that we're not a top level team. Later on in the competition, I don't know if they're going to be able to play this style because they're going to get punished by teams that can hit them while they're defending. Yeah, and the goals we conceded. If you want to play like the protagonist, you have to be more solid overall, and we've just fundamental mistakes we've made. So yeah, it's been upsetting. And I think that they purposely set up like this, and they proved themselves. The manager was proven right that they can play this sort of style against us, and they can punish us because we're not as defensively sound, especially this season. Like absolutely terrible defending this season.
Yeah, but if we had the two fullbacks and
Yeah,
the
that's true.
goalkeeper, it'd be completely different. This game would be completely even. It'd be It'd be. I mean, the way Chelsea's playing, I think Milan would win. I think Milan would win.
I mean, maybe we haven't really created much. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean we haven't, and but I don't think they would create much either if we had Calabria, Fernandez, and Magnan. I don't think they would create much either because I mean they're playing really poorly, and I'm saying we need the Super League right away because if these teams spend all this money to play like this, we need the Super League. The Super League needs to happen today because otherwise these English teams are just going to keep on spending millions and millions for this kind of football. They're going to spend millions for players like Pitania, for 80 million for players like Otsuri. Then,
Now subbed off. Are you kidding me?
yeah, why not? I think it's the right thing to do at this point.
What a fucking
We have the Juve game.
disgrace.
They have dominated. What the dominated? This guy Philip, guys. This is not, guys. If you think this is dominating football, I don't know what you guys are smoking. I don't know what you guys are drinking. I don't know what the fuck.
Right. To be honest,
this is not dominating football, guys. It is an anomalous factor that they're winning 3-0. But Chelsea's been playing like shit. It's terrible. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So I think the word dominating is the right word, but I will say they've been playing better, like they've been playing good because not in the sense that they look good. They don't look good, Roy, but tactically they set up a system that they were meant to, give us possession and just counter us, and it worked. So that I consider that a good game. Like they dominated us in terms of.
They didn't.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
Yeah, we barely created any chances, and they sat back.
But that's not because of theirs. That's not because of them. It's because of us.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, I think
because, I mean, we just are. We're deflated, completely deflated today.
Yeah, this is a mess, man. So sad to see. Roy, this is like, I don't know, man. Then I feel like it's convenient.
Oh, sorry, I know. Give me a second.
But you have to give Chelsea, like, at least, I know you don't like saying that an English team is better, but Chelsea look to be much more, sound and.
No, they don't, dude.
Look at the quality of their
quality? There is no quality. I don't see any quality at all. I see
their crosses are very good. Their the finishes they had.
I see a really shitty team, dude.
All right, I disagree with you. I think that's you have to you got to be fair, Roy, and just I think tactically.
I am being fair. Why do you guys think I am not being fair? Tactically, I'm not seeing anything. Technically, I'm not seeing anything.
Ballo Touré, I'm gonna be honest, he wasn't even that, and Ballo Touré and Des weren't even that bad. Some of our what scares me tonight is that I said on the last stream, I don't know why Tomori this season looks shaky. He's been awful. CDK, I'm gonna be honest, Roy, like you've been expressing some doubts. He doesn't do anything without the ball, and he holds the ball up too much. Like from what I noticed this game. So he's been terrible this game. He missed a goal basically. Krunic.
It's linked to in the community members.
There's no link, like there's no link up between our players. It's just look at this, another giveaway. It's shambolic, man.
No, listen. Look, I came into this game thinking Milan was not going to win this game. All right, like I came into this game. Almost not 100% sure, but I was. I mean, when you don't have your fullbacks and you have players that are sorry, there's an echo. When you don't have your fullbacks and your fullback reserves are players that don't even ever play, one has barely just joined the club, and you don't have your first goalkeeper, you're most likely not going to win. Because those two positions are too important to just say whatever. Against a team like Chelsea, you're not going to win, most likely. right? Maybe against a smaller team you can pull it off, but a team as experienced as Chelsea, not as good as because we're not good, we're just experienced. You're not going to win. So I went into this game almost positive that we're going to lose this game. But I was expecting to see a little bit more from Chelsea, but this Chelsea's awful. This
It
is
wasn't.
damn awful.
I disagree. I disagree, but I will say your point is true. Like we missed three super important positions, but I will say that I think those players weren't they weren't at fault for a lot of the situations. I think that some
No,
what's
Antonio.
concerning is the mentality we showed overall, and some of our better players that have more experience with us, they've been the ones who have played worse, which is pretty scary.
I'm telling you, I'm not talking about like the episodes in which we scored goals. I'm talking about the play. Like you cannot dominate the way you do without your fullbacks. Like you just can't. It doesn't work like that. Like
Yeah,
you,
I know I get what you're saying, but we should have done more. And I think that's and if we had and of course I'm not saying we should have won the game. Uh, I just wish I think if we had better, I think most of this is a mentality thing. I don't think it's. I think even if we played with, I mean, there's no need to be sure, but like like you can just tell from our better players, like they just look so demoralized and scared. I don't
yeah,
understand.
yeah. There's that aspect of it too, and that's because we are the most inexperienced team out of the bigger teams. So that is going to. We still need to develop there. We still need to develop. Anyway, Andon is here. Sorry for not putting the link early, my man. My bad.
No, it's no problem.
How you doing?
Listen, I'm listening to what you're saying, but for this game, Chelsea doesn't even need to play that good. They're playing the way they're playing, they're winning 3-0. Yeah, I can understand. I didn't expect us to win. I even expect us to lose. But the problem is the 78th minute and we only have one shot. That's unacceptable for a team like Milan, no matter how many injuries we have. Basically, we didn't create a single chance.
Facts.
And it's not just the fullbacks that are missing or a right wing, because basically, except for the
Okay,
right
but
wing, we had the first choice forwards and midfield, and not to have shots on goals, not to create at least one or two chances in the whole game. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, and I will say that also give credit to Chelsea for tactically playing like
no,
that because they're defending well and they are
no credit.
and they're absorbing our they're letting us keep the ball and they just counter us with quality. That's the way they're playing.
I cannot give him credit. Sorry, I really cannot give him credit.
Do you give Inter credit for their win yesterday?
Yeah,
Yeah, they played basically like even an even more defensive version of the way Chelsea are playing.
yes,
They set it up like that. If
but,
you look at
but Barcelona plays good. Plays much better than Chelsea. Like way better than Chelsea.
I'm not saying no, I'm saying Inter played the role of um what sort of what Chelsea's doing. They're giving up possession and they're just relying on the counter basically.
You think they're giving up possession?
Chelsea, yeah, they're allowing us. They're not pressing.
If Chelsea presses, maybe. I mean, we're playing really poorly, so it's difficult to say. But like just by the way they move the ball around, the way the touch, the movements, it's really poor. It's really poor. I can see why Chelsea did not win the previous games and why they're struggling. It's really poor. Like we are just not there. I know it's we right now we're sucking. Like I'm not saying we're not, but this team is really poor.
I think you're exaggerating. They're not. I can see. I know what you mean. Like they're not that good. Like you can see that they're not playing like particularly well, and they made a lot of mistakes in their passes and stuff. So I agree, and they're not really in good form. So of course you're right, but at the same time, this game against us, like they basically, they prepared perfectly for the way we wanted to play. So I think they deserve credit for tactically playing the way they are. Like
I can't.
organized.
I'm sorry, I can't. I really can't.
I mean, you're a national, like a tribal.
A nationalist. I'm a nationalist. I think this game just told me that we need to start the Super League right away. This is what this game told me. The Super League needs to start right away. Otherwise, Otherwise, these English teams are going to buy every single player, and then they're going to play like this. It's the ruin of football. It's the ruin of football. It is the ruin of football. Listen, if Milan was healthy right now, this game would have been a very close game. I don't know if we would have won. Maybe we could have tied, but maybe we could have won. But ever since Cito, we would have destroyed them. So, yeah. Do you agree with me that we need to start the Super League yesterday?
I mean, I always said I was pro Super League, but I don't think that that's the point right now. Because even with these players, Chelsea isn't playing. Like, it's not about the players they have. It's just about because our players can do so much better. It's just the fact that we have no mentality and just didn't show up. And I hope that I don't know. Like, I don't want to believe that it's purely because we just won the league and
what they're doing with this corner. We have a corner dance and we are sending the ball back to our half. This is what pisses me off. They're not even trying to do something. This is the problem right now.
Our set pieces defensively are terrible. Like Chelsea and like other teams that you see, they whip in the ball. They always know their targets. They try different things. We always get. Not only do we concede, which by the way, the first goal was absolutely disgraceful. I don't know, 3 corner kicks in a row to the same person. What the hell? Look at Diaz.
It's not acceptable. Yeah.
Well, the first goal was a mistake by Tatarusano.
Yes, but also it was the man marking in the box in the beginning was awful. Why is Ben there on Thiago Silva 3 times in a row in the same? He's standing in the same spot.
Sure, but Tatarusano rebounded the ball back in the middle of the box. Like that's.
But even if he did that, the defense reacted horribly.
Sure, but the goalkeepers—that's a technical mistake by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, but still, the defenders needs to clear that ball.
Okay, but if he puts the ball in a crowded area, there's risk that you're going to get scored on. Like a goalkeeper, the shot it wasn't even hard.
It's a complete defense failure, not just Tatarusano. Every single one of them. You cannot allow that.
I don't know.
And honestly, Tomori is starting to piss me off.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know. I have no idea.
It's like he has brain damage.
Hey, what's up, G? G, join the live. Join the live. Only Americans who call it soccer. What does Super League think? They think it's like the NFL. I'll call it the Super Soccer League. How about that? I don't think Pioli had one chance. He had to field Dest, and I will say this now, Ali not even being in this. Yeah. Our market just made no sense.
With Napoli's mentality, I think Napoli would have killed this.
Oh, dude, Napoli would have been.
Napoli would have destroyed Chelsea.
Yeah, Napoli would have destroyed.
It makes me so freaking mad that we have to embarrass the league like this as the champions with no mentality at all, just like playing like scared, defending terribly. I was like. That's why, guys. Roy, you say like, why are you like, don't be nervous. Although you did say like you were expecting like, which is fair. But this is why I get nervous because we just we fold under pressure. I can't we haven't proven to be able to go and play against European clubs on a Champions League night, and
big clubs.
Yeah.
We had one game so far against Atletico Madrid, which was good.
I was hopeful in the Europa League against Man United. I thought that with all the injuries we had, at least we played well. And Man United wasn't they made the Europa League final that year, so they were okay, and they destroyed Roma. But at least mentally we were there. It's just that we kind of lacked a lot of quality. Like we didn't have anyone like in the attack because we were still playing with Castillejo, and Krunic was still really bad, and he was in the attack because of all the injuries. So that was understandable. Last year, we got robbed. That's by the ref in the Atletico game. We played decent against Atletico, but against Porto and Liverpool, both games, I know it's the mentality was a big factor. Okay, fine. This year, we played at home. We drew Salzburg away, which is, that's a fine result. Won at home, we had to do that. But you got to show more when you play. Like you just this is not Milan anymore that we're watching. You know that's why we haven't proven that we're like that yet, and it's sad. It's just it
Well,
hurt. I was expecting so much more.
from what I saw today, we were missing 5 elements. 5 elements. The goalkeeper, we're missing him because and it depends who you play. Because if we're playing against Dinamo Zagreb, maybe you can pull something off. If you're playing against a smaller team, because you are playing against a team that plays like shit, by the way, but it is still a very experienced team. We're missing the cam. CDK is nowhere to be seen. He's on holiday. Like he's just far from being the player that we want him to be. The right wing is not there, so you have to improvise with Krunic. Right back is not there. Dest is nowhere ready to be playing a game like this. Balotelli, maybe Balotelli is not even capable of playing a game like this. We don't know yet. And then the civic, so CDK, and then the goalkeeper. So 5 technical elements, and then the mentality. Yeah, I don't think we're ready to face these kind of games. So
And now we have to,
6 elements.
now we have to go next week playing them again with after getting battered 3-0. And Taylor Hernandez will probably be recovered because he should be ready for the Juventus game, but we're still going to be missing Milan.
At the San Siro, we're gonna either tie or win. We're not gonna lose at the San Siro. Not against a team like this.
If we don't win at the San Siro, it shows our mentality, just how weak it is. Because we're at home, we have to get the result. Because now we're tied we're pretty much in 3rd place. We're even with Chelsea on points. Salzburg's in 1st. I know there's still it's wide open, but if we lose to Chelsea, that's very, very bad.
Yeah, I don't see us losing to Chelsea, but of course anything can happen. But this Chelsea team has no sting, 0 sting. I mean, it's like this, whatever. But even with this team, with at the San Siro at our home, with some recoveries, we can either get a tie or we can squeeze in a win. Yeah, I think so. Because I'm not seeing a very strong Chelsea at all, and I know how good Milan can be. So it's up to Milan to either win it or lose it.
But now the problem is not Chelsea that are good or bad. The only problem is Milan are terrible. That's the problem right here.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
today they're terrible.
Today. I'm speaking about today.
And that's why I think the issue is that we're just mentally weak. Because we can't go from being a organized team to then just collapsing defensively like this. It has to be the mentality. And yes, we're missing players.
Milan,
but
sorry, go ahead, my bad.
Even our best players are playing bad.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Ben Nasser made a lot of dumb mistakes tonight. Tomori was awful. CDK was inexistent, although he hasn't been amazing, but he was holding on to the ball for so long tonight without doing anything. I don't understand.
Yeah, but the double pivots, when you don't have these other elements, especially the fullbacks, we're not going to have a grip. Okay, but whatever. Milan today had a bad performance. But this Chelsea team does not have the quality to be Milan of San Siro. It's not going to happen, guys. I mean, they can happen. It can happen. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like, we can get a point, maybe, and that's all we need, really, from Chelsea, if we can just get 1 point. Again, the objective this year for us is to just go through the group stages, right? We don't care whether it's first or second this year, because we're not that team yet. But this Chelsea team is not going to, just become a juggernaut in a few weeks. This Chelsea team is not that strong.
The good news about our if you guys, our goal was to qualify out of the group stage. The good news is that we do have 2 home games and 1 away, which is good. The bad news is if we don't win at home against Chelsea, then yes, we can win. We can hopefully win against Salzburg, but going away to Dinamo Zagreb is very difficult. They're a very good home team, and it's a really tough environment. But we should be able to get points at home. I just, hopefully it works out. I'm just, it's sad to see us like this because at least you lose with dignity, and just getting battered 3-0 though it's really really.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. Like it looks bad on paper. Yeah, of course. I mean, nobody likes to lose. It's bad. And yeah, you're right. Like mentality wise, there's poor there's poor charisma. Poor charisma. I don't know. I mean, I'll just repeat myself. I'm more shocked at how bad Chelsea is than how poorly Milan is playing.
Yeah, but Roy, let's not come on. You're exaggerating though. Let's
I'm really not.
try to be a bit more objective here. Let's
Listen.
talk about Milan. Let's talk about Milan. We're terrible. Let's not.
But Milan in the last 4 years has spent almost 100 million in 4 years of market. Okay, like in net, because I think it was 70 million net, and then with this year with CDK it went up to 30 million net. So we spent almost 100 million net. 100 million is what Chelsea spends in the first 2 weeks of each given the transfer market. So for the amount of money that they spend, I am expecting top level football. Not this. This is Udinese. This is like losing to Udinese, like losing to Sassuolo, like losing to Lazio. It's not like losing to a team that spent. Why do you need to spend all that money if this is how you play football? This is my question. This is why I'm saying we need the Super League. Why do you need to spend all that money to play this low level of football? You beat a shitty Milan 3-0, and at home and you play like this. Like I see how they pass the ball to each other. I see how they run. I see how they touch the ball. This Chelsea team is not impressive at all. And at San Siro, they're not going to. I mean, they could win, but they're not. They're not going to win. We might get a tie or we might win, but it's not going to happen. And it's not an excuse. I'm not giving excuses. I said that Milan was not going to win this game. I mean, I wasn't 100% sure, but I was quite. If Milan spent all the money, and this is what I don't like about what I'm seeing in chat, from like this guy Hamza Balesser and all these other guys. If Milan spent all the money that Chelsea spends, you guys would be fucking furious if Milan was playing like Chelsea. So don't fucking come at me and tell me that I'm being this and being that. You would be fucking furious.
I wouldn't be furious because Chelsea, if I was a Chelsea fan, they won the UCL 2 years ago, and they last year, even though they were they've had their their struggles or whatever, they still made, I think, the quarterfinals last year, and it looks like they're going to qualify to the group this year. So they're always going to be they're always going to remain a big club that goes deep in the UCL. What the problem with us is that we should be, with the way we play, we should be able to do more. And of course, money is the thing that there's no point of. I think there's not really a point of even discussing it because there's nothing we can do about it, right? Yes, it is. We can laugh at teams that spend a lot of money. Chelsea spend a lot of money and they don't play that well, but you can't laugh at this team after you lose to them 3-0. They making excuses, and tactically they dominated us tactically. We shot with one chance the whole game.
But I'm not making excuses.
It sounds like you're. Yeah, it kind of does.
I'm criticizing Chelsea. I'm not making excuses. I said I already told you why Milan was going to lose this game. I told you a few days ago. I already told you guys. What are you when you have all these players missing? You're most likely going to lose. It's the way it is. One thing if you're playing against Bologna, one thing if you're playing in Serie A where you're comfortable, where you don't have the pressures that the Champions League gives you. But one thing is playing against a team like Chelsea, who is all healthy for the most part, and they're in their home. Chelsea is a top team, right, in Europe. So when you have all these injuries, and I'm not talking about 1 or 2 injuries, we have tons of injuries. Of course, you're going to most likely lose. So I'm not making excuses for Milan. I already told you we were going to lose. What I'm saying is that that Chelsea just looked awful. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Anyway,
Bro, can you hear me?
What's up? How you doing, Nathan?
I'm fucking pissed, but not because we lost, but because fucking Pioli is killing us right now, bro.
Say
This
again?
man is
I didn't hear you.
Pioli is literally killing us right now. If you, I'd send a picture. Maybe I can.
What you cut
Can
out?
you hear me?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying that you could. I sent a picture in the group chat, and the picture was of our midfield. We were completely outnumbered. If you were to pass the ball to any player, they always had 2 to 3 players around them at all times.
Yeah, we need 4-3.
The entire time. So why the fuck is this guy still playing a 4-2-3-1 when and it's unfortunate because Benacer and Tonali look like they played like shit. But when you look up the field and you see Leao surrounded by 3 people, Giroud surrounded by 4 people, CDK is a worthless piece of garbage. I don't know why the fuck he's there. And Krunic is surrounded by 3 to 4 people. You can't pass the ball to nobody.
Hey, wait, can I?
Yeah, I agree.
You
wouldn't blame. I wouldn't. I mean, maybe. What would you have
gone to a 4? At the very minimum, I would have gone to a 4-3-3.
Yeah.
At the very least, you go to a 4-3-3 so you can at least have some sort of numerical advantage in the middle of the field.
Hey, can I I agree with Nathan. I think Pioli. The thing with Pioli that it's a gift and a curse. Is that he's just so stubborn. He only has one way of playing, one mindset, and it's good because it's consistent, but it's bad because sometimes, I think Graham Potter tonight, yes, Chelsea didn't play good football, but they knew what they had to do. They had a back line of 5. They had 3 to 4 midfielders.
Hold on, Antonio, hold on 1 second. They didn't have a back line of 5 because their players were pushed so far up the field that they could have played with 1 player in defense and it wouldn't have mattered.
Nathan, but if you look at them when we had the ball, they weren't really pressing us as much. They weren't really trying to press us.
They don't have to. They don't have to because their front 3 players were already blocking every single passing avenue outside of going to the left back and the right back. Yeah. Then you have the 4 players in midfield who are also locking down especially the 2 in the midfield are already locking down CDK.
What I noticed,
so it wouldn't matter. And then the wingers were already marking Leao and Krunic. So it literally did not matter. It did not matter. And the fact that we were trying to play the ball on the ground tells me that Pioli tactically is very naive. Because if you have no passing avenues on the ground, at least go long so maybe Giroud can flick the ball onto Leao or maybe CDK who's running in behind him. This is so fucking basic, man. Fuck.
Yeah. Wait, let me now. As I was saying, what I meant was when we in the rare chances that we brought the ball forward, Chelsea's wing backs came back and they did have a back line of 5 when they had to defend. But anyways, I want to keep on going. I agree 100% about this whole midfield thing because it's whenever you play either Liverpool or Chelsea, different styles of play, but you see that their midfield covers so much space and they don't give you much space because they're always on you. They close down all of your passing avenues. Now, not only do Tonali and Benacer really have to do the job of 3 men, 2 men, but also those 2 players aren't really the best at, being they're not the most press resistant midfielders. So it's a lot of work. And we do suffer in that area. And on top of that, about CDK, he was basically useless in the midfield because he doesn't move around. He needs to be
Antonio.
He plays like a striker, but we have him and Giroud. that
Well,
do
you
that
don't
job.
play the both of them. Antonio,
Yeah, so-
I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep.
that's a
I'm gonna
problem.
keep saying
I
it. I'm
agree.
gonna keep saying it. CDK is not a Cam. I know I come off as a hater, blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck, but I will maintain every single time that CDK needs to be playing as a number 9 and playing the false 9, so that way he can drop back in midfield and help out with the numbers. So that way you can have Liao running in behind him. He is not a Cam. He's not agile enough. He's not technical enough. He's not fast enough. He has great vision, but that's not going to help you all 99% of the time. Like fuck, man. I'm not going to pussyfoot. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to pussyfoot around the situation. Diaz came in. It did more in his 15 minutes. No, he came in. It did more in his first 5 minutes than CDK did the entire time. Like, come on, man.
So in hindsight, let me put it that way. And I've been saying this. I think that Pioli should not play CDK and play Pobega there instead. I think it gives the team a little bit more. First of all,
Kind of like what we did with Krunic last year, where
right?
he would kind of like, yeah, I see what you mean.
Because CDK is just not ready. He's just not ready to play. And
At a big club.
in hindsight, I'm just saying, in hindsight, I wasn't expecting CDK to have a big game today. I wasn't expecting Milan to have a big game at all today. But CDK right now is very poor.
And look, in the play, I want to also be clear on one other thing too. The goals that we conceded were not because Chelsea were good.
No,
The goals we
Chelsea
conceded were all
was
three of
awful.
those goals were self-inflicted 100%.
Yeah, I think the third one was a little bit less so, but yeah, the first two are clear. Yeah.
Well,
But I
the
think
third goal comes from a misplaced pass coming out of defense.
Yeah. I mean,
What was a corner kick?
Was it? No. Was it a corner? I can't fucking remember. They're all shit. But
Wasn't the first goal from the corner kick? In my opinion, that was Tatarusano.
no, because Tata Rosano, he can only make a reactionary save. Thiago Silva had 3 free headers in that whole sequence.
Oh, okay. You're talking about yeah. So we defended poorly there. Yeah.
Right. And it's crazy because Giroud's the one who got out jumped for when the goal actually happened. Thiago Silva completely out jumped Giroud. Like, what the fuck is this guy even here for? Just to make himself look good with his stupid ass blonde hair? Like, fuck, you look like an idiot. You can't do shit.
I blame. Yeah, I mean, 3 corner kicks. That's definitely something to. For me, that was mostly Tatarusano though when he rebounded the ball back in the middle, in a corner kick. It wasn't even strong. Like he should have either blocked that ball in his arms or pushed it to the side, where you have a better chance of defending that. But if you're the goalkeeper in a very congested area and you push the ball back into that congested area, you're giving the other team a chance to take advantage of the confusion of the situation. So for me, that was a big mistake from Tatarusano. I give that one.
And not only that, but I will say one thing for the players that actually were not 100% worthless. Obviously, Leao was the only thing we had in offense. But honestly, Bala Torre was probably the next best player on the team. If I'm being completely honest, Bala Torre was probably the next best person on the team. He cut out after Leao because he cut out multiple chances where people would have been on goal. He wasn't at fault for any of these types of bad passes coming out the back. He played sound. Like I don't. I mean, I'm not saying he was good. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying after Leao, he would be the next best person out of a group of shitty fucking performances.
He was decent. Not good, not great.
Right. He had a decent game. Man. And can
Everybody was shit.
Can someone tell me what the fuck Tomori was doing on the second goal? Like, how are you defending a cross coming from the right side with your right leg? Meaning you have to completely turn your fucking body to even attempt to do it instead of just using your left leg to cut out a simple cross.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, Tomori, I don't know what's happening to him. Maybe this is the reason why even Southgate doesn't play him. Maybe he sees something that we don't see. But Tomori this season is we almost played like 15 games this season, and I haven't seen a single good game from him. This is basically unacceptable. If he continues like this, let's say in the next period, in the next month, I say better sell him while he has the value,
I
because we
think
don't need a player that plays only one good season.
I think it's just I think it's the World Cup because he's trying to do more than he's supposed to do to try and impress Southgate, and that's fucking him up. If the World Cup was not going on about to happen in the next few weeks, I don't think we would see as many mistakes. But still, like you said, it's not a good excuse. It really isn't.
Yeah, but the World Cup should motivate him, not
Yeah,
to make him play like this.
let's think of it like if you were a player for and you wanted to represent your country and you're not getting the time of day from your coach, but you are a good player. You're gonna try and do a little bit extra that might mess you up if you get it wrong.
Yeah, but if you see that after a couple of games that's not working, you should go back to the way you played,
And
because
that's
this is
down
not
to the coach.
because this is not helping him. This is just justifying why Southgate is not calling him up or giving him the chance in the first team. Because no reasonable coach would play him in the first team the way he has been playing in the past 15 games.
But this is down to Pioli. You remember when we first got Kessie? Y'all remember how Kessie was doing too much. He was doing too much. So Pioli had to sit him down and say, "Look, I want you to do the most basic thing that your position requires you to do and nothing else." And then Kessie turned into a phenomenal double pivot for us. He needs to sit down with Tamori and say, "Look, this is what you were doing last year, and this is the extra bullshit you're doing this year. Cut that
Yeah.
shit out."
I think Pioli also has some tactical problems. As you said, for this game, you have that many injuries, and you know how the style Chelsea or most of the English teams play. Just change the formation. With two players only in midfield, Tonali and Benacer were all the time overrun. If he, for example, instead of CDK, played Pobega and dropped him a little bit further back, we'd have a lot more chances, even created, even better defending. But like this, even Tonali and Benacer were completely lost. They
Yeah.
didn't know what they were doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Every time they looked up, there was no one to pass the ball to. After the first half, Pioli should have recognized that that there was no passing avenues. And I don't know if anyone of you guys can correct me, or I don't know like all the ins and outs. But during these games, do any of the coaching staffs watch the game from like a TV monitor?
I
Because
think they do.
because
They should.
from ground level, it is harder to see certain things, but we can see many things watching from our TV screen. So
Yeah, I think that
they
there should be a person in the coaching staff that does that.
well, whoever it is obviously needs to be fucking fired because there's
Look,
no way that they
I
can sit here and say that everything was okay at halftime just because we had one fucking chance that we. Jesus Christ.
I can't get myself to criticize Pioli so much, um, because we just don't have. We're missing so many players, so many important players.
Yeah, Roy, that's true. We're missing players, but
So
come on,
I
come
really
on.
can't
But
bring myself
yeah,
to
We had
criticize.
only one
Roy,
shot
Roy, but
in
you
90
have
minutes.
to, but Roy, you have to agree that you, as a coach, especially you, because you have the most coaching experience out of anyone, you have to adapt your formation and system to the players that you have on hand. And for 3 years in a row since he's been a coach that we have struggled every
Yeah,
time against a three-man defense.
but
So
my,
why are
my
we doing the same thing over and over again against a team who is as athletic as Chelsea? Like
um
imagine if we played Napoli. If we played Napoli today, he would have got fucked up. we would have got fucked up badly.
But that's what my experience tells me. My experience tells me that with all of these players missing against a team like Chelsea, you're not going to perform. Like maybe you might win if you're lucky, but 9 out of 10, like you're most likely going to lose.
Right, and I'm fine that I'm not like mad that we lost. I'm mad at the fact of how
The way
we
we lost.
played. The way we
That's the
lost is what's pissing me off, and that literally
don't know.
nothing was done.
I don't know if you noticed, after we changed the formation, we were a little bit more solid at the back. At least we weren't leaking chances. So maybe
Yeah.
even a 3-5-2 can work in these kind of situations.
Especially when you're down when you're down by 2 goals and you haven't created anything, 0 shots in the second half, bruh. It's time to play with 3 defenders and go for it.
3 defenders, so that means Gabia. I guess all the hindsight things that Pioli could have done, but could have maybe changed something, is not played CDK, but instead play Babega there. Maybe
Or
play
even Diaz. Like Diaz came on and played really well.
or Diaz or Rebic. You could have played with 2 strikers, Rebic, Giroud.
And also I think Gabia would benefit from a 3-back formation just because he's a little bit slower. Just play him in the middle.
Right. Yeah,
And
and
leave
of course,
Saul
hindsight,
went
guys.
more on the sides.
It's all hindsight.
And also give Brahim Diaz chance at the wing. Now we have injuries on the right wing. Give him chance there. Or even maybe play him a little bit more than CDK. I mean, I'm not mad at CDK because I was expecting him since he came that he will have a bad time in the first period. Because that was expected. So, but that doesn't mean that Pioli should play him every single game. If you see something is not going, just change the tactic a little bit.
And let's be
Leave
honest,
him on the bench.
CDK has to score that chance. I'm pissed off at Krunic too, but we know. But we know what to expect from Krunic.
I agree. I agree with CDK. I agree with you.
But CDK has to score that, man. 35 mil, bro. We brought this guy in for goals and assists.
Even if it's not 35 million, in that position there, you shoot it hard. You don't pass it to the
only good thing CDK I would give him is because I saw a statistic. He's first in the Serie A goal created chances or scoring chances because he was first with 3 per game.
That's a misleading stat. If I give you a pass,
no, but he does that.
Yes, but listen,
he does that.
If I give you a pass and you take a 40-yard shot and it goes to goal, that's a chance.
No, not like that. No, not those kind of chances. This is clear scoring chances when the player has like clear path to the goal. Like the pass he gave, I think, last game to Leao when he missed. Because he has those kind of passes, but that's not enough. He needs to do more. Either it's him or just Pioli, because even when he plays a little bit more further up than a regular cam. He's not coming back to get the ball. And when you have when you play a game like this, not just him for today, but all of them, you see you cannot create chances, just take the long shots. They're in a position when they have like an open way to shoot a 30-yard shot, and they still choose to pass the ball. When you see it's not going your way, you cannot pass to the wings, you cannot get the ball into the box. Just take the shot. Maybe it will deflect, maybe you can score. But they need to do that.
But the problem is when we play against teams with the 3-man defense, he needs to take shots, but we don't get up the field because there's no one to pass the ball to. And not only that, but if you look at the spaces that are so open in a 4-2-3-1, it takes players too long to get to point A to point B.
But guys, I mean, I totally hear what you guys are saying, but like if we had our full squad, it'd be completely different. Like we'd be having.
Yeah. We agree about that.
We agree on that 100%.
But the problem is not the problem that we lost. The problem is the way we lost. That's the bigger problem here.
The thing is, like, okay, so the team that Pioli set up on the pitch, and of course, guys, hindsight, but we only had one attacker, really, one player that is capable of pushing the ball forward, and that was Leao. Usually we have many more than that. So, yeah, maybe Pioli should have probably played Rebic from the beginning. I don't know. I don't want to say in hindsight that everybody sounds like a genius.
No, he couldn't have played Rebic from the start because Rebic is coming from an injury, and if you played him from the start, I think maybe another injury will reoccur.
Maybe Diaz should have played instead of CDK if you wanted more offensive power.
The problem is I don't have a problem with the players he started, but what I have a problem when you see you're playing bad, you're not creating chances. Right at the start of the second half, make at least a couple of changes. Change something. Not just go with the same style of play that didn't brought you anything, not a single chance.
But before Chelsea scored the second goal, Milan was pushing, yeah?
Yeah, but define pushing, because when you say pushing, I'm thinking you mean we're like peppering the goal, we're putting in crosses, we're beating our men one-on-one. Bro, we didn't do that, man. The 3 times we were able to get the ball to Leao, he actually did something. But it's too many people for him to beat. Too many.
You can't have only one player doing all the attacking. It has to be more. Yeah.
That's what we're saying. Like at halftime, it's hard to do changes while the game is going. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's harder to do it. But at halftime,
yes,
he should have done it, man.
At least 2 changes at halftime.
Right, 2 changes. Go to a 4-3. Figure out something for the middle of the field, something that Tonali and Benacer, because those guys were so isolated. That shit was just incredible to watch.
And I think what we have a problem is because even Tonali and Benacer are very similar type of players.
Yes, we miss Kessie. We really miss Kessie.
We miss that kind of player with muscle that can play at least alongside one of them, because they are not compatible to play together.
Well, it should be CDK, right? So I've been hearing.
No, we need Roy. We need a muscle in the midfield.
Okay, but this guy is 9.4. Hans is telling me football now is not about how good you play with your feet. It's about how tall you are, how big and strong you are.
Roy, you already know. You already know how critical I am. We know that Hans, he's just a tall, slender person. Just because you're tall doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be strong.
No, yeah. But Pobega maybe should have been that guy. Okay, do you want me to be honest? You know who should have been that guy? Do you guys really want me to be honest?
Who?
Do you really want me to be honest?
For what position are you talking about?
For what Andon has said. Do you really?
Go ahead.
Do you really want me to be honest?
Go ahead.
Anguissa. That's who should be in our fucking midfield, doing what Andon has said.
Yeah.
From Napoli.
We miss that kind of player, that type of a player.
That player specifically.
Well,
I think we were.
Napoli got all these fucking good players that Milan has been sleeping on.
For players how much did Anguissa cost?
It was nothing. It was peanuts.
So they went and got
80 million, something like that.
So they went and got him.
Hold on,
and
guys,
fucking
and
go ahead.
What's up, Yango? Thank you so much for your super chat. Anyway, cheers up with RossonARI TV. Here's some money with I want to them. Thank you, my man. Thank
Dirty
you.
money.
But nonetheless, and hold that thought, Nathan, hold that thought.
Yeah.
Let me just play this video for Anthony, for Yango. Here we go. Even though it didn't have a great game, but this is from Jerry. Jerry's going to send us gifts. Jerry will fix it all. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Yango. One more time. Go ahead.
So they got Anguissa and
For 15 million.
Kavara.
It was 15 million.
Yeah, they got Anguissa, Vara for as much as for less than what we paid for CDK. Okay. Yeah, but it's a reality. That's a reality.
Yeah, but
boy.
you cannot because we needed players in different positions. In high side, yeah, maybe, but we cannot get
Yeah,
Quara
but
because we had
even
Leao there.
yeah, but we even could have gotten Raspadori, who's banging in goals right now. If you put Raspadori in that position, he scores that goal,
He cost the same.
and he costs the same amount of money.
Well, in the short, in the long, he costs more because of stupid Italian tax laws. Ah, mamma mia, ragazzi, mamma mia, ragazzi. But listen, nonetheless, I thought Chelsea played really poorly, and I think at San Siro, it's a tie is fine. Like we can get a tie or we can squeeze a win.
I think if we get a tie, we would have just put ourselves into trouble. I think
Yeah, I
much
think
better,
so
and
too.
we have to go for the win because anything less than a win will have a lot of problems, a lot
Why
of
is
You
that?
know,
problems
Why is that?
I th- yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
because even with the next games that we're gonna play, okay, we're playing Salzburg at home and Chelsea at home. Playing away to Dinamo will be very difficult to play against them. So it will just complicate our situation and maybe put us in situations when they will be under pressure. And from what I can see, they still cannot handle the pressure in the Champions League. And it's really pitiful not to beat this Chelsea. As you said, they're not that good. That's what pisses me off even more. They're not that good. This is not the Chelsea that won the Champions League. This is a totally different Chelsea. So we have to win that game. Even 1-0. I don't care. Just to win that game. Show that this was only just a bad day. They need to show that. Because, for example, now we're in danger if we don't win or have a good results against Juventus and Chelsea in the next two games. After that, we can go in a bad run of games, drop points in the league, drop points in the Champions League, and put us off in a very bad situation in the first half of the season. And that's the
Yeah.
last thing that we need.
Mm, I mean, yeah. Look, I think we have to, of course, if you win, but a tie is better than nothing. Better than a loss. I mean, consider the fact that we still don't have a full squad together, right? Maybe we should have more players back by then.
Well, I read that apparently, what's his name? Hernandez is going to be back for Juventus. Maybe if they were smart, they would not play him.
Yeah,
Just
that's right.
wait
I
for the
agree.
Chelsea game.
Yeah, maybe give him 20 minutes.
And then also we're playing a very now. The thing is, we did not put out too much energy today. Almost any energy. So Juventus had an easy game. So this next game against
Yeah.
Juve, like for
After
example, go ahead. Sorry, my bad. And
after
by
the
the way,
three, up,
okay, yeah, it's here too.
yeah, after the 3-0, we just gave up. So it was a smart decision not to waste energy or time and just to
Right.
preserve ourselves because we no matter what we did, we couldn't score 3 goals till the end of the game based on the way they played. So it was a smart. What I would give credit is the substitutions that Pioli made and the way they played after the 60th minute. They didn't spend too much energy. They just played to finish the game and they saved the energy for the next two games. But now they have no excuse not to play good games against Juventus in this weekend and the next against Chelsea.
Mm. I think it's still going to be difficult, but we this Chelsea is so weak that I think we can beat them. But I don't. I'm not expecting great performances. Guys, do not expect great performances from Milan in this stretch right now. With all these players missing, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's really is not going to happen.
Yeah, but the thing though, Roy, is that it's not like it's our offense. It's our defense is just so poor right now.
Yeah, but the
But
defense is a
man,
big part of the team, right? How you build, how like Benacer and Tonali need those fullbacks that participate and show them because especially in a 4-2-3-1, it's the two fullbacks that become part of that line of two, then become line of four, and so forth. When you don't have those two players giving you what Theo Calabria does, and we never got a replacement for Theo. We never did. I mean, Balotelli, I know you liked him tonight, but Lance just
I
okay,
mean, he
guys.
wasn't. He
Guys,
wasn't.
I gotta go. I gotta go, guys. If you want to keep on going, just keep on going. And Nathan, when you guys are done, because I don't want to stop this if you guys want to keep on going, but I do have to go. Just send me a text on WhatsApp, and I'll close the screen. All right? But you guys can keep
Yeah,
on going.
yeah,
Is that
I
cool?
got you.
Hey, Bukayaro, sorry I couldn't say hi to you, but go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, Forza Milano. Hello?
Yeah, man. This
Yeah, we
was.
can hear you.
Yeah, Forza Milano, my Milanist. I'm
Hey,
so
Nathan,
embarrassed.
just tell me on WhatsApp, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm so embarrassed. Okay.
yeah. This today was not, man.
Not a good game.
No.
Yeah,
And the thing,
you can tell us the thoughts of the game because you just joined.
Yeah,
it's
my thought is I feel like Milan is still not ready for Europe. And one thing uh I think Roy said he used to say it most times. I said these guys are still learning. These guys, what are they still learning? Most players from Napoli. These guys are new playing Champions League, and they play like they've been playing it for a long time ago. Most
yeah.
Chelsea players that won the Champions League, most of those players are not Champions League legends. They got there and they win it. So there's nothing like no, you have an experience of playing Champions League. When you are good, you are good. You can play anywhere. There's nothing like you having an that is olden days when they say those times of Martini. That is when you feel like these players are this team has a Champions League experience. So now they are played they are that is why they are better. That is why they are superior. No, when you are good, you are good. Imagine all our passes today was to the opponent. The funnest part, what I dislike about Shars is he give possession to the opponent and he walk gallivantly. He just let you go. Today, the only player I reckon today is Rafaelio. Because if he's not tracking James back, we will have conceded more. If he's not tracking James back, if he used to play like the way he used to play last season and early this season, not tracking the opponent left back to our one to his own goal pole, we will have conceded more today. And the coach was there. Des was just losing all possessions.
Well, again, this is what we were talking about before. Is if you, I sent a picture in the WhatsApp group, but the picture essentially showed that each Milan player was surrounded by 2 to 3 Chelsea players at all times. So yeah, our passing wasn't good, but it wasn't good because we had no passing routes available to pass the ball to, which is why I had such a problem with us. Like I hate saying that we should have played long ball, but that would have been the better option. So that because no one on that Chelsea team could keep up with Leao. So it honestly would have been better to
Yeah.
just kick it long and have Giroud flick it in behind. Because you see, even the play at the end of the game of the first half, Leao had to beat like what 2 to 3 people just to even get that chance. Like, come on, he can't do that every single time, and Krunic and CDK can't do it. So, like, who do you pass the ball to? Dest is not. I mean, Dest is okay, but he needs to be playing at the right wing position, not right back.
Even when they put him at the right wing, what did he play? He was passing the ball to the opponent. 10 minutes to end the game. He was passing
Yeah,
the
I
ball to
mean,
the opponent.
Yeah, but
His
he didn't
control,
have the place where
his
to
first
pass.
touch was to the opponent.
but the game's done, and again, a 3-4-3. The good thing about a 3-4-3 is that you don't leave you don't leave passing lanes. So not the passing lanes, they don't leave obvious passing lanes. So that's going to force you to make risky passes that have a low percentage of actually completing. But you're forced to do it because there's no other option available for you. And this is why we should have switched to at least a 4-3-3 in the second half so we can create some numerical advantages while trying to move forward.
Now, let me ask you a question. When last did Milan score from open play? When last did Milan
You're
score
talking
from
about
open play? I was telling Roy this last week. I said Milan, we have never even our set pieces is very, very poor. Set pieces, we never even passed the first line. Very poor.
Oh, I was so pissed at the end. We had a corner, then passing the ball back to our half.
yeah, I lost
no
my
cross,
shit
and all
when
the
that
defenders
happened as
is
well.
out.
That was terrible. What the fuck are you doing? You have a corner, just try, or either they're
Yeah,
passing,
I
and after
agree.
that, make the cross. I know we're not that good at making crosses, but at least, or if you're passing it bad, just shoot the ball from 30 yards. Just don't go back to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I agree that I literally lost my shit when that happened. I couldn't understand why the fuck they would do that.
Milan need to step up when playing this when playing these big teams now. Milan need
They
to
were
step
just
up.
too scared. I cannot understand. You're
And then,
champions of
even
Italy.
when they
You
play
cannot play
Salzburg,
like
the
that.
same thing. When they play Salzburg, the same thing. An
But I don't
Italian
even
champion for that matter. Napoli will have
I
just
don't
crashed this Salzburg easily.
yeah, but I don't think it was a matter of them being scared. It's just a matter of how the system is set up. Because we started the game, and the way we started the game, it didn't look like we were scared. Like we started the game quite well, to be honest. But man, once they got that goal, and we were pretty much like mentally we were done.
Yeah, but we recovered from that. We played good in the last, let's say, 5-10 minutes in the first half. But I don't know what happened in the second half. They completely, like, I don't know, they lost hope at the start of the half. And man, those mistakes from the defense, they cannot happen like this. Last year we won the
Yeah.
title because we didn't make these kind of mistakes. We won the title because of the defense. And now all of a sudden it became our weakest point. Maybe because they're playing like that, Pioli really needs to consider a formation change. Because 3 at the back will give us more stability and stop conceding stupid goals.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. And we have the players. If we didn't have the players to do it, then I would say okay, we can't do it.
But we have.
But we have the
the
players. We have the players.
What, as I said previously, we don't have that muscle player, box to box midfielder to play 4-2-3-1. We are getting too much exposed in that area, and that's why even the defense is more vulnerable.
Yeah.
Or at least, if you decide to play like this, either give Pobega a starting spot, or get somebody in the winter mercato that can play more defensively. But like this, neither we're not gonna win the league, we're not gonna do anything this season. Or in the end, just change the formation and play the formation that suits you the most. And that is either 4-3-3 or 3-5-2. But not this, even because like this, you're wasting even CDK. I think CDK would be a lot better to play in a 3-5-2 formation.
Yeah. Well, I've said it in the 4-2-3-1. Our cams are required to do far too much work than what they should be doing. Like CDK has to come back too far. Then if he comes back too far, then he doesn't have the speed to actually
No,
get
he's
up
slow,
and be
yeah.
part of the play. He's too slow. So like literally his formation is killing him. I mean, CDK is not a cam anyways. He's a false 9 like what he played at Bruges. So we're already playing the guy out of position. So, I mean, at least try to help the guy out in some way.
Yeah, I have the feeling that Piolo doesn't know how to use him properly. Still, I understand that he wants to give him chances because that's a smart thing to do. But when you see 5-6 games that doesn't bring you results, just try something different. Even now, when we have problems with our attack, when we have only one attacker, we had only Giroud available. Just give him a chance at a little bit forward. And I know a lot of people don't like Diaz, but Diaz is playing excellent this season. Play Diaz at the cam and CDK at the striker. It will give you a lot more mobility at the forward positions. It would give you a lot more scoring opportunities because as we are limited on the right wing, we don't have a good right winger. When you have Diaz and Leao playing, you don't just rely on Leao making dribbles through players and create the chance. But Pioli needs to think of something to change because like this, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I agree. Like oh man, I don't know, man. Pioli's just not he's just not a very good tactician. Like that, man.
He's not flexible enough. But he was flexible in the last 10 games at the last season because every game he played different, even though he started this formation. But this season, I didn't see any changes.
But to me, I feel like he should have started Diaz in the second half. Shaz is not supposed to come in the second half at all. Should have started
we
Diaz.
spoke about it. I think
Or,
at
or
least
even Diaz should have started this game. Because to me, I know Diaz will commit them, we will get a lot of free kick.
Yeah.
And when they get yellow card, they will allow Diaz to go into the box.
Yeah. At least two changes were needed at the half. At least two. So again, and I still stay by this. If we somehow don't go to the next phase in the Champions League, sack Pioli, because this is an unacceptable second season in a row. I don't care if he wins the league again. Honestly, I don't care.
Yeah,
because now it's not just it's not just winning the league. We need to take that step forward.
No, because now it's not even about the league. Now it's about this Champions League is watched by everybody in the world. How many people is watching Serie A? Now from the first half, Milan played. A lot of my friends who are not even Milan fan, who don't watch Serie A, have been posting. I saw Rafael Leo on their WhatsApp status. Like, this boy is on fire. Now they're getting to know who he is. But if you don't pass the group stage, how are they gonna know this guy? How are they gonna know who Rafael Leo is? Because most of these guys are watching Premiership, not the Serie A. But I was even happy with today because at least he showed himself.
Yeah, because if we don't pass the group stage, at least I wouldn't be mad if Leao decides to leave, no matter what offer he gets.
I won't be mad.
Because it's not his fault anymore.
I won't be mad.
Well, this is the problem too from our transfer market this summer.
Yes.
I mean, we needed three legitimate players. We needed a real center forward, a more mobile center forward. We needed an actual number 10, and we needed a right winger. Like, we spent 80 million last year, and then you telling me we only have 50 million to spend this year?
No, the problem this summer was with the sale of the club. I can understand.
Yes, but Elliot can still forward that money and get it back in return. Things like that can still happen.
And don't you think we need a central back too? We need a central back. We need someone that will need the difference. Someone that Tomori and Kalulu will be able to learn from.
But this is the problem, though. When you really look at the team, our back line and our double pivot and our left wing are all starters. Our cam, right wing, and center forward, those are not starters. So you need to complete your starting lineup before you can go get backups for other positions. So yes, we could have gotten a good center back, of course, but our starting lineup is not complete until you fill those three positions in.
I mean, that they filled one position with CDK, just the wrong position.
Well, if they play him as in the number 9, it'll be okay. But
Yeah.
I mean, he's just not a Cam. I don't care what
No,
anyone tries
no,
to tell me.
no,
The guy's
he's
not
not.
a Cam.
And just play even Krunic would be better at the camp.
Yeah.
Krunic and Diaz rotate them at the camp, and put CDK at front at the winter mercato. Either get a good attacking right winger or a proper cam.
I think right wing needs to be done first.
Doesn't matter. Any one of those positions would do good.
Well, I only say the right wing needs to be done first because the majority of our gameplay revolves around wing play. So you might as well get what's needed first. If we did like majority of our thing was like crossing the ball and we needed like a big center striker, then I would say go get a striker first because that's what our game revolves around.
Or if they don't get a right winger, just give Chaka Traore a chance. Just give him a chance. I watched him today in the youth league. I watched him in the second half.
I
But
watched the second half. I don't believe I don't think Shaka Toure can. No. I watched the guy. I don't. I still don't. I know. I used to watch people saying talking about him. I've watched him a couple of times, but I don't think he's ready yet. I don't think so.
Yeah, but he can still be more useful than what we have right now.
Yeah, and if you don't give him chances, he won't be ready ever.
Yeah.
Just take the risk. He cannot be worse than what we have currently.
To me, I feel like even if we can try Diaz. Diaz can play that place. Diaz.
We've tried Diaz as a winger, and the thing is we play our wing. That's the thing. Our wing is a traditional winger technically. I know Leao doesn't really play that because he doesn't come back on defense, but in reality, our wing is a technical wing. Like he's supposed to get up and down the field all the time. And so Diaz it's gonna be the same situation where we need Diaz to come back and help on defense, and then he's not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, but still he would be more useful than what we have right now.
Well, yeah, of course, currently, yeah.
Because today was painful to watch Krunic play at the right wing.
Yeah, very painful. Disaster.
He's not useful at that position.
I'm for sure if it's Atlanta will take advantage of Chelsea because now Chelsea is going through their difficult season now. If it's Atlanta playing Champions League first season with inexperienced players, they go far. Milan got there last season, not even Europa. They were fourth. The first game this season, champions of Italy. We were struggling against Salzburg.
No, last season what the problem was we were really screwed by the referees and the poor decision we got against us. So I can understand last season.
Yeah, the poor decision against Atletico. But we played Porto home and away was very poor.
Yeah.
Our game against Porto, we were scared of playing Porto. Home and away was very, very poor. The only game we played last season that was very good was the first game against Liverpool. And
we were good both games against Liverpool. We didn't play bad games.
No, first game against Liverpool we played.
You mean Atletico?
The both game against Atletico we played. It was Kessie that messed up the first leg.
And the really, second leg, really, Kessie didn't really. That was a harsh red card for Kessie. But then again, that game,
it was not a harsh red card. No, he was just a useless player. No, it was not a harsh player.
But then also, what's his name? Pioli's tactics were horrible too. Because even then, a red card, we were dominating them, playing in a 4-4-1. So we still were dominating, and then he went back
after the red card. After the red card,
yeah, after the red card, we still dominated.
Simone brought in 5 attackers.
Yeah, but we still dominated them. They didn't start dominating the game until we went to like 5 to 6 defenders. That's when because you can't allow them to just push uncontested. Then you're going to concede goals if they just get to walk into your game or walk into your half.
Yeah. Okay, but
But
for today we have to take in consideration we're missing 9 players. Any team that is missing that number of players would have done terrible. But still, they should have done a lot more because only having one shot in 90 minutes is not acceptable, even if you play with the Primavera players.
yeah, I agree. I completely agree. That was just. I mean, again, the whole formation thing. That's down to Chelsea's formation. Is just. Well, we all know we struggle against a 3-man defense, so that's nothing new. But man, you can't do much about it.
Yeah, just Pioli needs to be a little bit more flexible than he is.
Well, the guy thinks that the guy thinks we're fucking Manchester City, like, and you can just get away with playing bullshit like that. Like that's all. That's why I had asked earlier if they have somebody in the like in their coaching staff if they're watching the game like from above, like from a screen. Because if they did, they would see that man, our midfield was just overran badly.
Yeah. And I know Pioli is always saying we don't have a guaranteed 11 strikers, we have 22 players, but he's only saying that. And
That's the
he's not benching first team players that are playing bad.
yeah. That's what he's saying is the politically correct thing to say,
Yeah.
which I think doesn't actually help anybody. I think he needs to
Nobody.
be yeah, he needs to be you know, he needs to have a set starters and he should just say it. He should just say it. Like if the players' feelings get hurt, then you shouldn't be on AC Milan if you can't handle it.
Yeah. And because like this also players are not getting competition for their spot. And they will start playing like Tomori is playing. I think that's another problem. He doesn't have competition for his spot. That's why what was very important. I think that's why even they first went for a defender. Because now he's getting too relaxed and he's making stupid mistakes.
It's a stupid mistake. A lot of stupid mistake.
It's
Yeah,
not just he's doing every single game, even against Temple. He even though they didn't score when he made the mistake, but he give him at least one scoring chance.
yeah, like this the second goal today was just incredible to me. Like he
Because
literally
even
positioned his body to kick it with his right leg when it's coming from the right side. All he had to do was keep his body facing the same way and use his left leg to do a simple cutout. Simple. It would have been simple for him to get that
And
cross.
also about the second goal, I cannot understand. They're playing only with one striker, and they're leaving him open. How you can do that? It's only
Man, I
one
don't know.
striker.
I I don't know.
But I think he got, I don't know. Sometimes yeah, he was probably the best defender last season in Serie A after
no, it was
Bremer.
after Bremer. Yes,
But now I think all that praise and everything that happened
he knows.
maybe gotten
He
into
knows.
his head.
That is why the England coach is leaving him behind. He saw it because you can't compare. You can't compare Tomori. Tomori is not. You can't compare Tomori with Miguel.
Well,
Even
I
though
mean,
Miguel,
let's be honest. Maguire is literally like garbage.
Yeah,
So I mean,
Southgate doesn't have.
I would still choose the lesser of two evils, which would still
Yeah,
be Tamori.
yeah, but as you said, there is a reason why Southgate doesn't play Tomori,
when it comes
and
to
he's
Tomori, when it comes to area threats, Tomori never gets to the ball. When it comes to area threat,
honestly this season our best defender is Kalulu.
Yeah,
He's doing a lot more than anybody else.
yeah, yeah, it's clearing the lines.
Maybe they should give that kid Simic that they got, similar style that they bought Kalul. Give him a chance, or give Kubis a chance. Give anybody else a chance. Just create competition for that spot.
Yeah, because I agree. Like, now that you even brought that up, we haven't seen we haven't seen Adley, we haven't seen Thao, and we haven't seen Bronx. Three players who are supposed to be part of the senior team, and Adley's had
Yeah,
got
we still
what,
haven't seen him.
15 minutes? Like, come on.
And Vranks is
It's
captain
Milan.
for the under-21 Belgian team. Just give them chance. Maybe Vranks will be that player that is more physical in the midfield.
Right.
Maybe it will bring balance. Give Adley was our best player in preseason. You cannot say he
Right.
was good for preseason and not give him any kind of chances. Maybe not start him, but exchange, put him in the 70th, 60th minute.
Yeah, I don't understand. I thought Adley looked good in
Now we're gonna
preseason as
play.
well.
Now we're gonna play every 3 days, and if he doesn't play him or give him chances, then there's a big problem in the locker room.
Yeah, it's a chance. He can start this. He can play against Juventus. He can play
At,
the
le-
right wing.
at least give him chance from the bench. At least from the bench, give him 20 minutes, give him half an hour. Just try to do something.
Yeah, I agree.
And after that, I
I
think next weekend we're playing against Monza. Monza is the perfect game to start him. Not just him, even give Tiao a chance. Let's see why they bought him. Let's see why they wanted him in the last season. They wanted him.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I would also start Pobega with Tonali.
Yeah, I agree. I would rotate Tonali and Benacer, but I would play Pobega a lot more often.
Yeah, yeah. Because when Pobega comes in, he at least provides height, which Tonali and Benacer don't have, is the height and the physicality as well.
He's a proper box-to-box midfielder that even knows how to go into attack and put himself in scoring positions.
He's also
Yeah,
Something
good
that
in the air. He's also good in the air.
not just that,
yeah.
he puts himself in scoring positions, something that neither Tonali or Benacer are doing.
Well, for
Tona-
Tonali, for him, it's different because the him and Benacer are so similar that
yeah, that's the problem.
yeah, Tonali, he wants to. We talked about this last year that we think that Tonali needs to be given more freedom going forward because we've seen when Tonali goes forward, he can score goals, but it's a matter of will they let him go forward, which I don't. They don't seem to want him to go forward.
And maybe it was a mistake not getting Onyedika because yesterday he had a very good game against Atletico. Bruges won 2-0. And not just
Yeah,
against Atletico, they're playing very good.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point because we do need one of our double pivots to get forward. We can't have them both just back all the time.
I think they're, I don't know, they're playing two similar style of play. They're playing too close one to another,
Exactly.
and sometimes they're confused. They don't know which one of them should go back and help the center backs. Because usually what they did last season, when, for example, they played either of them with Kessie, one of them would have gotten back to help the defenders, and one stayed in the midfield. Now they're messing it up. One time is Tonali, and the next time is Benacer, and they're losing field. They're losing ground in the midfield.
Yeah, they need to have a set person who does that. So if they want Tonali to go forward, then Benacer needs to be the one who just always sits back. Or even if they want both of them to do it, they need to have let them know. Okay, if the ball's on the left side, Tonali needs to be the one to go up. Then if the ball's on the right side, then Benacer can be the one that goes up. But they can't both do the same thing each time.
Yeah, and also problem is we are playing really bad, really bad. Even though we won against Empoli this weekend 3-1, we did it in the 90th minute. You cannot simply allow that yourself to put in those kind of situation. You just simply can. So Pioli
I
needs to
agree.
change something because now we cannot intervene in the market. It's too late. But he can do within the squad. He has enough. At least he has enough depth in the midfield to do that. Or maybe even play Krunic in the midfield of two. Just not play Tonali and Benacer together.
Yeah, because even last year, remember last year, our Pioli's favorite center back pairing was Tonali and Kessie, because they are not
Yeah.
the same person. They have different things. So yeah, you're right. Tonali and Benacer, they're way too similar.
You can rotate those two, and they would benefit out of that because they will be rested every game. One of them will be rested, and one can give a much better performance.
Yeah, we risk less injury as well with people allowed to recover.
Yeah, and even I know Benacer played at the cam with Alger. He's playing at that position, more advanced position. When you see CDK is not doing good, just if you don't want to give Adli a chance, you don't want to give Diaz a chance, try Benacer in that position. But he has so many options. He has
I
so
don't
many
understand
options on
why.
the bench.
Right, like I don't understand why he like stop trying to force CDK to do something he's simply not ready to do.
Listen, I can understand why he plays him all the time because
Well, he costs
that's the
35
right thing to
million.
do. Yeah, you pay that money and you expect him. But I don't understand why he needs to play the full game sometimes. And just for some games, just put him on the bench. It won't damage him. It won't damage him. At least now when we're playing on 3 days. Maybe sometimes just get him off the bench. Play
Yeah,
him in the last 20 minutes. Just change something, but not just do the same thing over and over and not seeing any kind of results and still hoping that will change. Because also CDK is a little bit unlucky at the start of the season. He did so many good. What I can give him, he sees plays that nobody else can see, and he can do the pass to do them. He can make that final pass, but besides that, he doesn't do anything else.
yeah.
He cannot.
We
He
need our
cannot.
Cam to do more than just pass the ball. He needs to be able to dribble past people and set himself up as well.
But he cannot dribble. He's not that fast. He's slow for a Cam. They need to change something. Try him as an attacker.
Yeah.
Just play him in attack. Maybe that will change even the transfer strategy in the next period. If he somehow can manage to play him in attack, you will look for another Cam.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Or
He
maybe
played the false nine at Club Brugge. That's how he got all his goals and assists, was playing the false nine, not playing as the Cam.
And maybe that will bring Adli the chance he deserves.
Yeah,
Adli the Cam, CDK the striker.
100% agree.
And that will allow you to focus solely on the right winger. And it will reduce the stress they have finding that kind of player.
Yeah, I agree, because we could still play Diaz as the Cam. You can still have CDK up top. So yeah, you're right. You can just focus on getting a good quality right wing in. You're right.
CDK, most of our fans keeps saying CDK can play as a first nine, play as
Well,
a
that's
top nine. But you know
that's
the
where he
last
played
game,
at Bruges.
yeah. But if you watch the last game, he played for Belgium. He was nowhere to be found. He played that position
Well,
when they took it
well,
out to Batshuayi for him.
let's be honest, he's also really overhyped as well. Um, we know the Belgium league is a very, I'm not gonna say it's a poor league. I'm not gonna talk down on the league, but if you're really gonna be honest, the Belgium league is not a league that's as fast or as technical as Serie A. So it was gonna be really difficult for him to actually come in and actually do something like that.
But as I said, he needs time. He is not playing that bad in comparison to other players that when they first started playing in Milan.
But as a player, when you lose possession, you should fight for it.
Yeah, but that's also due to instruction that he gets from the coach.
But he's not doing it. He was just working today.
Yeah, but maybe those are because I have the feeling that even Pioli doesn't know how to use him. Maybe
Well,
he
it's
has
because
just only attacking instructions.
well, this whole thing of Pioli wants players who are flexible. They can do this, they can do that. That's cool, but Pioli needs a person who specializes in something. Like he
I
needs
think it's
he
combination
needs
of both.
someone who is yeah, yeah.
Because I have
Like
zero doubt that CDK one day will become a great player, maybe a top 10 player in the world. But we have to learn how to use that. Because let's be honest, the scouting is done, everything is done properly. And Moncada is probably the best scout that you can have in your team. And even Maldini won't what they did to get him, going to Belgium, just flying to meet with the team, with the agent, pressing till the end. You can see that they wanted him bad, but they have to
yeah,
learn how to use him properly.
yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I don't trust our when it comes to scouting for offensive players. I don't trust these guys. These are the same people who didn't think Holland was good enough before he went to Dortmund. You know, like you have Cavara. We were linked with him 2 years ago, basically, and they didn't want to go and get him for peanuts. Even now, they got Mudrik on Shakhtar. Now he's going to be too expensive because his name's blowing up.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
things
but
like
the
this
with
where
the
I don't trust them, bro. I
it's
just
not it's
don't
not the
trust them.
problem with the scouting with Haaland situation. I think the problem was the kind of deal Raiola was looking for him, the deal that he got from Borussia. I
Yeah,
think
but
that was the main problem.
I don't think Borussia was gonna be paying like I think
No,
I
I'm
think we
speaking
def
about if he signed a contract, he would still look for that mandatory release clause.
oh yeah, but we would yeah, but did you see how much I don't know if you noticed, but the amount of money that Borussia Dortmund had turned down the previous summer was like 180 million for him.
Yeah,
Now
and
Milan's
they
not
sold
going to
him
turn down
not for
180 million, right? And
yeah,
now they
but
sold him for nothing. So yeah, the release cost he would have had that. Of course, you're 100% correct, but
I
at
think
the
that's the
same
main reason why
time,
they didn't got him.
yeah,
And
but
I
that
think
was
sometimes, even though I love Maldini and I think he's the best thing that could have happened to Milan, I think sometimes he's too stubborn.
yeah, yeah, because especially in the situation that we're in, I think that it probably would have been best if we would have done something like that and then just sold them for big money and then just reinvest it. Because at a time we were still not, at our best.
Yeah. No, but other than that, they got the attacking options. They did good. They did good with the players they got. So again, Now they are really interested in that. How was his name? Luis Sinistra from Leeds.
Sinistero.
Yeah, but he also will cost a lot of money. I don't think Leeds will sell him cheap.
Yeah. See, even then with Leeds, like they went and got Yonto. Should have went and got him.
Yeah, I agree. We should
Like,
have tried to get him, and he
see,
was
like,
not that expensive, like 10 million.
no, exactly. See, that's my problem. That's why I say that's why I have a problem. Is this guy is featuring for the Italian national team. Same thing with Scamacca too. Like why are we not going for Scamacca? Why are we not going for Yonto? Like even Raspadori, he costs the same amount of money as CDK, and look, he's putting in goals left and right.
Yeah, I was asking Roy the same question last week, and Roy was saying I think those players have issue with playing for Milan, because I was asking him, why are these players, does this player don't like Milan, or is Milan not Milan don't like Italian players anymore?
No,
Then
it's not the
he was
problem
not
that
he was
I
telling me
think the problem.
about the tax.
I think the problem was that Italian teams a lot more are asking a lot more money from Milan for Italian players than they're asking from other teams. I think that's one of the issues.
Yeah, but it's like that though in every single league. Like in the EPL, you think those players go for 10 million? No,
No,
like
no,
it.
they don't go for 10 million, but still, for the it's good that you mentioned for EPL, because the same thing is happening to United. When United is asking a player, the other teams are demanding a lot more money than any other team would ask.
Yeah, but we also need to remember too that there's a time when these players don't cost that much money.
Yeah, that's another
If
thing.
you
You have to get
if
him
you're
early.
gonna if you're gonna then that's the problem. Like even with Chiesa, man, you could tell when Chiesa was 16 how good he was gonna be. But you're gonna wait until he blows up at Fiorentina, and then of course you got to pay 60 million. Same thing with Zaniolo, and it's gonna be like that with any player who once they blow up, we're not gonna be able to compete. But these guys don't want to take a chance on homegrown talent until they blow up, and by then it's too late.
And we have good options also in the Primavera. We have good players there.
Yeah,
But the thing is, we need to give him chances in the first team.
yeah. I brought that up like a month or two ago, and I said, in games when the game is done, which like maybe 5 games out of the year, the game will pretty much be done at 2 or 3-0. You can play a Primavera player. You don't have to play a normal bench person just to
Even
get them
today,
minutes.
just give Kubis chance. The game is already lost. It cannot be worse than that.
Yeah,
Because Kubis was on the bench, he didn't play for the youth league in the youth game. He was called up. You see, you're losing the game. You cannot do anything better. Just give him some minutes.
exactly. And that's probably one of my other problems with Pioli is for whatever reason he just doesn't want to give chances to other players. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Even Kalulu was lucky to get the chance because we had so many injuries. If those injuries didn't happen, Kalulu wouldn't have gotten that chance,
Yeah, you're 100% correct.
and we would have lost an amazing player. So I don't know. He's too stubborn sometimes. Either he needs to change that, because again, as I say, if he doesn't pass the group at the Champions League, he needs to go.
If he were to, let's say, if he were to be released, what coach would you guys want to come in?
Oof. That's another difficult question, because I don't think there are that many available coaches at this period.
Yeah, to me, I feel like he should just still be our coach, but we need to provide this guy with some additional quality players.
Yeah,
Maybe I don't know. I don't know how's the situation with Klopp and his contract if he continues on this bad kind of form. If he got sacked by Liverpool, I think that would be a good option.
yeah, yeah. I would definitely like Klopp. He would bring in more, especially because we want to play high press,
Yeah,
but something in our game is not right. Like we don't press as a unit, and our players, the physical preparation is not right. Something's not right.
that's why we have that kind of injury problems.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
They need to try. I don't know other. Maybe if Sotil continues to do good with Udinese this season, he can be a good option. Or maybe some other German coach, because I think they have the best crop of young coaches now.
Yeah, I think I agree with that as well. I think I think the Italian coaches, they I think they need to leave Italy and just go to like the Netherlands, go to Germany, just so that way they can learn new things. Like Mancini, even though I don't rate him too much sometimes, at least Mancini's and Conte as well. These guys have gone to other leagues, so they and Ancelotti, they know different tactics. They know how to play against an EPL team because they've been in that league, so they understand how they play. But Pioli's going into that, and he has no clue how EPL team plays.
Yeah, I think those are some good options if Pioli doesn't do good this season. Because honestly, if he doesn't pass the group stage, even if he wins the league, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Yeah, to me, I feel like they are investing in purely just for the league because Milan is not really present for Europe because the quality, like today now, sometimes we even talk about quality, but these players are not just getting things right because now when you look at the result today, Benfica had to hold PSG 1-1 to the 1-1 draw.
Yeah, it's not. No, now the problem is not just the quality. The problem was today we had 9 missing players. So no matter what kind of changes you make to the team, any team if you miss those kind of players, they would do the same. They would struggle because it's different. For example, if we only missed, let's say, if we only missed 1 or 2 players, that would be different. Then we
Yeah,
would
but
have no excuses.
but
But 9 players is too much.
Yeah, it's too much, but that is not an excuse for 3-0.
No,
Too
no,
much.
it's not excuse for 2-0. But I'm saying any team that would have the same injuries, they would have the same result. Today the problem was that we didn't create enough chances. I know it's not an excuse for the team, but still, it's a big factor. So it's not that we don't have quality and we don't have the bench to do that. The only position that we don't have good proper depth maybe is the right wing. Because let's say we are really unlucky with injuries. Because Des wasn't even planned to be in the team. They got him in the last day, like last minute solution. Florence is injured, Calabria is injured. 2 of the starting right backs.
But what is
yeah,
Again,
what
we
is
have
really strong with Milan Medical? What is wrong?
well,
it's not
there.
just the medical, because this is muscular problems. I think the problem is the style of football that we play. First of all, it's very high intensity football, something that will bring a lot of injuries, and especially in times when you don't rotate the squad. And another problem that we have is the poor quality of the pitches in Serie A. The pitches are horrible in most of the teams, so that also brings a lot of injuries.
Yeah, that's another reason I don't want us to share a stadium with Inter. It's no matter it doesn't it's not a matter of money. No amount of money can keep your field in good condition if you're sharing the field and it's being played on every single week. So that's one thing that they need to sort out, I think. But as for today, though, I think one of the problems is we need to get some like some physical staff from like American sports, from like American football, because especially with how we play, we're so explosive, and you need a lot of athleticism. If you want athleticism, you're going to need explosiveness. And American
Yeah.
football, that's all it is short, explosive gameplay. So you might as well, do something that's going to help you towards that.
Yeah, for the style of football we play, we need a lot more athletic players than we currently have. A lot
Yeah.
more.
And to be honest, Tonali and Benacer are like they're like quickness and agility is good. It's good for the position that they play. Even if Tonali was up further, he has good sprint speed, for his style of play. But our cam and center forwards are way too slow, way 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 too slow.
Yeah, you cannot have two slow players in those positions. One of them has to be fast.
And today we had three. That's even worse. We had three slow players today.
And again, they need to start shooting the ball.
Yes,
You
then we now there was this ball Kronic is supposed to shoot from outside. It was trying to lay the pass in a place whereby six defenders,
you
six
you see
opponents
that
were there.
you see that you cannot create enough chances. You see that you cannot get the ball in the box. Even if you do that, there's zero results. When you see something like that, try shots from far. Inter won that way. Inter won due
Yeah,
to
I swear,
Chalanoglu shooting.
I honestly don't like Shannon Lolu, but that is one thing we miss about the guy. I honestly don't like to
He
talk
shot the
about him
ball.
because
He shot the ball. Yeah, and we have
And
good
now
shooters. Everybody has good shots, but they're not using
Not
that.
not only that, but if you shoot from distance, that means the defenders can no longer just sit back and let you shoot because you never know where the
Yeah,
ball is going to end up. They're going to have to push up, and if they push up, that means there's going to be gaps open for you to
to
for
play the
you
pass.
to play in behind. Yeah, yeah,
and plus Kepa was the goalkeeper. Kepa is prone to making mistakes in those kind of situations. You would have test him more and maybe force him to do a mistake, and
right,
maybe some ball would bounce back that Giroud can use it because he's good in those kind of positions. But no,
right.
what they did, they tried to build the ball to the box and do the same thing that they do every game. Just give ball to Leao, hope that he will dribble five players and create a chance. That was the only game plan that Pioli has in the attacking phase. I don't see anything else that he tries to do.
Well, that literally is our gameplay. Our game plan literally is either get the ball to Liao so he can try and do something, or launch it up to Giroud. We literally cannot do anything else.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe even Messias and Salonickers are not that bad, but the style that Pioli forces doesn't give them opportunity to express themselves very good. Because all the focus is on the left side. All the focus is on the left side. Whatever they do, even if there's a man free at the right, they're giving the ball to the left.
Well, they have to go to the left because our right side is just it's
Yeah,
just
but not
not.
all the time. They don't have to do it all the time because now teams are starting to learn us. And even today, Chelsea did a very good job on Leao. They didn't even give him space to breathe.
No, I agree. I agree with you. But in order, again, with the 3-4-3, man, you would have to switch to a different formation. You
Yeah, three
cannot.
four three. I think 3-4-3 would be perfect for us now.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like there's just not much. There's really not much you can do unless you have more midfielders. Because the three players, the three forwards for Chelsea literally prevented us from going forward.
Yeah,
Like if you notice,
they didn't play through the wings. They didn't use wing play. Everything they did through the middle.
exactly.
And when you do that, you leave spaces on the wide side. And when you have the position, when you have the options, James did a very good in this game. Used the space that they brought him, even scored, even created some of the chances. So like that, you're opening the other team.
Exactly. See, and this is the problem. Like, look how we're all talking about this. We're all saying the same thing, but the one person that we need to understand is the guy who's coaching the team.
Yes, that's true.
Like we're all saying the exact same things.
And again, I don't care what they do. Just take Ibra with the team. No matter when they go, just give him on the bench. Sit him on the bench. Because this is a total, I don't know what's wrong with them. But when Ibra is watching them, they're playing like a different team. And when he's not there, they're playing like shit.
Well, it's because if you notice when Ibra's there, he's actually going to tell you you're playing like a fucking
he's
dickhead.
yelling.
And everybody else, they're just like, oh, you tried your best. You know, you can do better next time. Man, that's what bitches say to each other. They don't ever tell you the harsh fucking truth.
Ibra yells. Ibra does what Pioli should have done. Just yell at them. Try to make them understand that they did bad. They need to do better. Not just clap them. They're losing 3-0 and just clap them. No. I love, even for today game, I love that the Curva Suit is giving them their cheering, and they're cheering even if they lost 3-0. But sometimes you need to show them that they do bad.
Yeah, I agree. You can't fucking sing Kumbaya every time something goes wrong. Like someone has to be the asshole in the group. And really it's not even being an asshole. It's just telling the truth. It's just telling the truth.
So he needs to be on the bench. He needs to be close to the pitch to yell. I don't know why they're not getting me every game to be there.
Like put him down as like an assistant coach, like something.
Just even I don't care what they put him. Just be there, be present.
Because that is the part of the reason why we retain him. We give him 1-year contract.
And I say again this. The biggest factor why we won, why we changed Zebra, no matter what anybody says.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Pioli was doing nothing.
Without Ibra, this would have never happened. Even if he's not playing, first he was playing, that changed the whole mentality of the team and the style of play. But after that, even if he wasn't playing but was present, they still played good.
Yeah.
So I don't care. Just give Ibra a lifetime contract. Give him whatever position he wants. Just give him to be close to the team.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. Like these guys, despite the fact that they do have a winning mentality, a fighting mentality, when things are going wrong, these guys simply they literally self-destruct. Like those goals we gave up were just 100% self-inflicted goals. 100%. Every one of those goals were 100% avoidable.
Yeah. There wasn't a single goal that you can say, oh, okay, Chelsea did excellent and you cannot defend that.
Yeah. Not one of their goals.
First goal was bad clearance for Tatarishani, but besides his bad clearance, nobody cleared that ball.
Like because
for 30 seconds, the ball stayed in the midfield, nobody touching it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Second goal, Tomori fell asleep. Third goal, you leave space to James on the right. You don't track him good enough. You don't cover. You don't block his shot. So all of those were avoidable goals.
Like I said too, if CDK would have made his chance in the first half, maybe this game is a different story. But man, I don't know, man. This kid, he plays with a lot of fear. A lot of fear.
Again, no matter how talented you are, no matter how good you are, sometimes if you cannot handle the pressure, and nothing else matters.
Yeah, I agree. Like
he needs the confidence. He needs to be more confident. Even if he makes mistakes, just be more confident. Because if you don't miss, he's too scared to make a mistake, and that's the problem.
Yeah, I agree. Like if you get the chance to go play for AC Milan, and we're not even in our banter era anymore. If we were in our banter era, maybe that's like a different story. But right now we're coming back. We're on the rise. You need to come in and you need to play from the get-go. And as Italian champions, we don't have the luxury of saying, "Oh, just give him time." If you're a champion, your players have to perform like right away. Otherwise, you're no longer going to be champion. Like I'm not going to give this. I'm not going to be the person that says, "Oh, let's just give him a year." In a year's time, we might not even make top 4. Like you never know what could happen. Like you can't give these guys forever to get right.
Yeah, but still, it's not just the chances we get. He needs to try a little bit more. He needs just to try to do something, because in the past we waited for Leao, we waited for Tonali, but they were trying. They were making mistakes.
Right.
Yeah, but still,
No, I agree with you. They were definitely
trying.
They were
because
definitely
they were trying. They made those mistakes. I was in the first 2 seasons. I was so mad at Leao. I was yelling. I was cursing him. I was brutally pissed off. But at least he tried. For that, I'm still not seeing that from CDK. Even though I still believe in him, even though I still believe that we'll finally see something in the second half of the season, but he needs to start showing something more than he's now showing.
Yeah. Anybody can pass a ball, and even his expected. I know he has the most goal chances. Blah blah blah. But a lot of those passes were not because he made some incredible pass. It was an obvious pass to make while we were either on a counter. We were usually on the counter attack.
No, he has a great vision. He
has
knows
great
how
vision.
to find out. Yeah, but still, that's not enough. It's not just the vision that you need to have. And I think he doesn't have even a bad shot. He doesn't have that kind of bad shot. Just try shoot the ball. You are not Messi. You cannot dribble everybody.
Never.
Yeah, you cannot dribble like Leao. Just shoot the ball.
Yeah, and if you have good vision and we know you can make good passes, that means you know how to strike a ball. So which means you would think that his shooting would be just as good as his ball placement.
Yeah. Not just him. Leao can shoot the ball. Giroud can shoot the ball. Tonali can shoot the ball. Benacer can shoot the ball, but they're not using that.
Well, this formation, like I said, this formation is not meant for you to be creative with the ball. This is a defensive-minded formation first. Like if you want to use this formation, you got to be like City. Like City has like crazy talent all over the field. That's why the 4-2-3-1 can work for them. But we don't have that, so you can't use this formation. Even Bayern, when they played it, they had the players to do it. We don't have those players to play this formation. In Italy, it looks like it because in Italy the teams are much slower, and it's easy for us. Different style of play. But in Europe, where everything is 10 times faster, this formation is going to hurt you.
Again, even when City is doing that, they're not trying to go with the ball in the net. They're not trying every time that they're trying shots. Even Bayern when they were dominant. Because for me personally, Bayern was the most pleasant team to watch when they were dominant, because they didn't play a boring style of play that Barcelona played, or even City play under Pep. They were playing a direct football. Not too much passes, but still being dominant, shoot the ball, create chances.
Yeah, I agree. And they did so with a purpose too. Like when they attacked, they attacked with real goal scoring intent. None of this, that's one of the things I hate is we pass the ball around aimlessly. Like there's no real direction. There's no I don't know.
Now, as I said, the purely plan is just pass the ball to Leao. They're only looking for Leao. They don't have another plan, another option to think of something else. And as much as Leao is good and he's doing everything that he cannot do more than this. Because basically every scoring chance that we have this season is going through him.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think in practice, I really don't think Pioli practices interplay with both sides of the field. It's only down to Leao to figure out everything. Because if we played with confidence on the right side, Salamakers isn't the best, but he's never going to improve if the game never goes to him.
Yeah, but they need to change that. If you change the formation, if you see that you don't have the fit players to play 4-2-3-1, change the formation. Leao can play as a second striker. He can play, or just give him free role in the attack. You don't even have to give him a specific position.
Right.
Yes, guys. I need to go. Catch you up some other time.
Yeah. I was about to get off myself.
Yeah. Hopefully, we will play better against Juve and we won't go into a bad form of games.
Yeah, we definitely can't lose against two top teams. We have to win one of these.
Because the worst thing that we can do right now is lose to Juventus, bring him back in the game in Serie A, and have zero confidence playing against Chelsea next week, and just the season to be over before it starts. That would be the worst thing to happen.
No, I agree. Like this is a very, very delicate moment. Very delicate moment.
In the past, when they had these kind of lost games, after that they bounce back very good. Hopefully, this will be the same.
Yeah, once we get our players back, I think it will be easier. But again, it's about how you lose the game. Like this was an ugly loss, not a good loss, a very ugly loss.
As I said, we lost against Napoli, but I didn't have problems with that loss.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like losing is part of the game.
Yeah, even last season when we had this kind of injury, because last season we had also in this period this kind of many injury players. We never had I'm very pleased that we never had a full squad. Never. If we have at least for 10 games the full squad, that would be a totally different season.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think we've ever had a full squad for more than 2 games at a time.
Yeah, maximum. I think it was at the beginning of last season, something like that. We had the full squad. Like for one game, it wasn't even 2 games. 1 game.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's really ridiculous. But it all comes down to about who we recruit as well. Like we keep bringing in injury-prone players. We know our staff's not the best.
But it's not just that. As you can see now, what really surprised me, Theo and Salamakers got injured. Those are the players that never gets injured. At least those two. And now Salamakers is out till the New Year, and Theo missed like 4 or 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
If you see those kind of injuries, just change the style, either the style you play, or change the training regime. Because these injuries are avoidable injuries. Not all of them, but 90% out of them are muscle injuries.
Yeah, you're right. And if you really look at it too, a lot of our a lot of these injuries are coming because players are doing these super long runs. But the only reason why they're doing these long runs is because the team's not a cohesive unit. Anytime you have the only people who should be doing 60-yard runs are the wingers and maybe the wingbacks.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Those should be the most commonly hurt people. Like our center forwards shouldn't be getting hurt like this. Our goalkeepers shouldn't be getting hurt like this. Calabria shouldn't be getting hurt like this.
Man, I'm also pissed about Calabria because Calabria was purely mistake that got injured.
Yeah.
He's coming back from injury. You don't play him from the start. And I would be very pissed if the same happened now with Theo. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's what I'm
start him
afraid.
against Juventus.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm really afraid that they're going to play him from the start against Juventus.
You give him 20 minutes, give him 30 minutes just to warm up and to be ready for the Chelsea game, but not from the start. Because also, to be honest, Balatura is not doing that bad.
No, I thought, like I said, I thought he had a good game. Like, I really thought he had a good game, to be honest.
He's limited in attack, yes, but he's very good and solid defensively.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And he can play. Juventus are not that dangerous. So we can allow to play from the start with Balotelli. But Pioli would probably start Theo from the start, and I'm just praying that it won't happen the same as it happened with Calabria.
We don't really, man. I don't know. Someone's not either the physical preparators or Pioli. Obviously, he should know how the medical staff is. If they say a guy's healthy, give him an extra 2 games off, just to make sure.
Or give him 10, 20 minutes. Don't play him full 90 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, with change of formation, I think if we play either 3-5-2 or 3-4-3, it will benefit Theo a lot. A lot.
And Salamakers too.
Salamakers would be perfect.
Yeah, in a 3-4-3, he wouldn't be burdened with being an attacker. Yeah.
Yeah, and Leao, and plus not Leao, because Theo now has more defensive opportunities. He doesn't go up that often. That would benefit him, the option to go forward even more. And Salamakers would have the option to go back a little more and to balance out the team. Because Salamakers would be perfect for a 3-5-2. Perfect player.
Yep, I agree.
You don't need to force 4-2-3-1. Okay, you play that, you won the Scudetto with that, it's okay. But teams watch the style of play you play, they learn from that.
Especially when you can't play. If you can't play down any other side of the field, this formation is definitely not going to work. Like, you got to be able to play on the left and the right side.
Yeah, because people are starting to learn, they're closing down Leao. And when they're doing that, they will tackle him more, and that will also bring the risk of Leao getting injured.
Exactly.
Because God forbid if he got an injury for 1 month or 2 months, we can say goodbye to any chances of winning any kind of title this season. We are that much dependent of Leao.
Yeah. If Liao goes down, sheesh.
This is very what I
Jesus.
don't like about this, because this reminds me of the time we were in the Banter era and we were dependent on Suso. Suso was the only player that could do something, and we only played on the right. No matter what we did, we played on the right. And now we're doing that the same thing with Lao.
Yeah, he's gonna get burnt out. He's gonna get burnt out really, really quickly.
They need to learn to protect him.
Well,
And
that's down to Pioli though. It's like this guy just
yes,
doesn't.
only Pioli.
This guy just does not seem to. Man, I don't know. Like he just doesn't seem to get it.
Yeah, but that will damage him. It will damage the team. And again, I'm really pissed off because this team has enormous potential. Enormous potential. But it's not using properly. It's not used properly.
And again, it really doesn't help Pioli that these guys will simply not get him players for his system.
Because right now we're missing 2 players to have the perfect team.
Mm-hmm.
We are missing a right winger and we're missing striker Cam, one of them. Once we get those two players, first quality team players, after that every mercato would be easy. Would be
Right, because
piece of cake.
You can just do one big signing at a time.
It doesn't even have to be a big signing, but you can improve the team. You can buy a player that can be that big next player, and for him to play without the pressure. Because all of the team would be young at that point, and you have a set team. In those kind of situations, even if you sell some of the first team players, you would have no problems of replacing them. So hopefully this winter and the next mercato will take care of that.
And it's dumb because we could have really cemented ourselves this year if these guys would have just given a proper transfer budget. Just get the transfers over and done with, and then we can focus on everything else. And these guys did the exact opposite.
We're only missing €100 million budget. With €100 million budget and 2 positions, after that everything would be very easy. Because let's be honest, 100 million today is not that much. It's not something.
No. Like they say,
so hopefully
scared money
will
don't make money.
Yeah, hopefully they can do that, because from what I see from Cardinal and what I have seen so far, I really like the guy and what he's trying to do, and the direction that he's taking the team.
Yeah, hopefully they next year or even in the summer or this winter, hopefully that we can get something going. We need some signings.
Yeah, hopefully this winter they will get the right wing, and for next summer they can leave that big striker to get.
Yeah, because I don't want to be in a situation like we were when we got second place, where if we would have just done things properly in the winter, we probably could have won the league then. I don't want us to be in that predicament again.
Again, I stay by this. If then we got Giroud instead of Mandzukic, then we would have now the second star on the shirt.
No, you're right, and it doesn't make sense. Like, how do you? This is why I say I don't trust the offensive department, because again, how can you think getting Mandzukic, who hadn't played in 10 months, be a good idea?
Well, to be honest, I like the Mandzukic signing when we got him, because Mandzukic is a type of player that suited the system. but
Yeah,
he
when
did
he was
horrible.
playing,
Yeah.
he suited the system. He hadn't played in 10
But
months.
it wasn't just scouting. I think this was one of the few Maldini mistakes, because he decided to go with that. It wasn't just the scouting department.
Yeah, they got to do better.
Hopefully this, because if Cardinale wants to do what he's saying, wants to bring Milan to next levels, and wants to improve everything, first thing that he needs to do, just give Leao whatever he wants.
Yep.
Because if he loses Leao, even because last information is that renewal of Leao will cost around 60 million, which is nothing for that kind of a player.
Yeah, like especially after today's result. Leao was literally the only thing we had, and this is another problem too. You know, what do you think Leao's mental state is after this game? Because
Well, I think it won't do him damage, because Leao now plays, well, no matter what happens, he plays the football, and when he plays the football, he enjoys the football he plays. He plays it with a smile, so I don't think it will affect them that badly.
no, but what I mean is, you know, when it comes to like Chelsea trying to sign him and this and that, he's gonna
Well,
start at Chelsea, but it's
he will
you
start at
know
any team, to be honest.
right. But
Hopefully.
the problem is, do the players feel like the club is doing everything they actually can to get back to the top?
Well, we'll see. First of all, it will be very dependent if what kind of offer they offer him. And second thing that will be very important, very, very important, if we pass the group stage. Those are the two factors that has to be taken in consideration. Because honestly, if he's asking, if this is true, if he's asking 7 million, only 7, not more than that, I think we can afford that. And plus, we can even if the condition is to pay Sporting the fee, not the 19 million, I think we're able to do that. Because even if you sell Lau, even if we sell him at 120 million, yes, we can replace them. But with the player that will replace him, we'll have to wait for him to have a similar contribution.
Well, I really like, even let's say we did sell Leao. I really like that Mudryk guy from from Shakhtar. Like that guy plays with a ton of confidence. Um,
Yeah,
just the way he plays. If we had got both him and Leao at the same year, I think it would have been difficult for Leao to get game time, just because this guy really plays with a lot of confidence at the moment.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I mean, there are players, but you know, we're waiting too long. Even Leao needs to have competition, because I think Rebic is better suited uh, to playing in the forward position, because I really don't like Giroud.
No, the problem, listen, uh, Rebic is an excellent player for our system. The problem with him is he gets injured so much. If we can have a healthy Rebic, that's like the perfect competition for Leo. But the problem is he's not staying healthy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. If Rebic can just stay healthy, and I think he should have been brought on that second half. To be honest, like having Giroud there was just literally like playing a man down. I don't know if you noticed. I was really paying attention to him. He was having a lot of talks with Pioli on the sideline,
Yeah,
and like you know, and some of the players too were asking him to like, you gotta press him or you have to go there, and he was like, oh, I'm trying to mark this guy, I'm trying to mark that guy, and it's like, bruh, you ain't in the right fucking spot this entire fucking game. Like, When we cleared the ball out, you're not there to get the clearances. Like every single time he was not where he should have been in order to help the team in the moment.
But I think that there's an overreaction here. Like, I get it, 3-0 is a bad defeat, but I don't think our players did show up for this game. We kind of just gifted Chelsea this win.
Oh no, for
No,
sure.
listen, we're not mad about the loss. We're not mad about the loss at all. It was expected to lose, probably. But what I'm personally pissed off is the way they played.
Yeah, we gifted
Nothing
Chelsea
else.
the win. We didn't even try. I felt like the players didn't even try.
Because having one shot on goal, it's unacceptable.
Hey, but at least there's a positive. At least CDK took the first shot ever. So that's a positive, I guess.
Yeah, that's a positive, but still, you cannot even with those injuries, just not trying is bad.
Yeah, I think that's not the team shouldn't use that. I think that we just didn't show up, and I don't think Chelsea played well either. But I think
No, they didn't look.
it's just like we just gave them the win. We basically handed them the 3-0, and we didn't do anything about it. And I don't think Pioli should I get Pioli maybe should have adapted more to his players that's available, but is there really anything he could have done? I don't think he had the quality to kind of.
No, we were speaking about this, but what Pioli could have done is made changes at halftime and maybe change the formation at halftime.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
Maybe sorry to cut you off, but I think maybe put on Diaz for CDK after the first half, because I don't think CDK had a good game. But that being said, I think he's young and it's only his 10th game. I think he still needs time to develop.
Yeah, but still, Pioli could have changed, because after he changed the formation to 3-5-2, they were a lot more stable. Maybe he should have done that at the start of the second half, because you saw the first half we didn't do anything at all.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say the last minute we kind of should have scored there when CDK had that shot and then Krunic. I think that should have went in, and maybe with a 1-1 draw, then we wouldn't been saying Pioli should change. If they scored that goal, we would have been praising Pioli.
Yeah, but we didn't score it, so.
Yeah, I agree. But I think Diaz should have came on, because when Diaz came on, he added something that CDK didn't, which is energy and earning that fouls. I think we needed Diaz in.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I don't think it's Pioli's fault. I think it's the players as a whole team. I think no one showed up except for Leao.
It's everybody's fault.
Yeah. But I think also the team, where I see an issue where we're being too dependent on Leao. The team is just trying to find Leao and just hope Leao does something. I don't think that's a good thing.
Tactic. Pass the ball to Leao and hope he scores.
Yeah, if Leao's not having a good game, then what are we gonna do then? But that Napoli game, when we were missing Leao, I think that kind of goes against what I've been saying. Leao wasn't there. I think we played well against Napoli, so maybe that argument isn't too valid.
Yeah, for example, I don't have problems with that loss against Napoli. They played good. They did what they could, and we lost. Sometimes you're gonna lose in the game, but we didn't see that today.
That was without Leao too, and you could argue that the team does play well without Leao. Maybe we don't. If Leao leaves, maybe that wouldn't be too much of a problem, because we played well against Napoli.
Yeah, they just need.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they just need to do something different, even in this kind of situation. Just try something new. Try new formation. Try something else. Just don't be stubborn with one solution.
I agree with the criticism that Pioli is stubborn with not giving youngsters a chance. I really liked when he put Gabby on when we were losing 3-0, because I think he knew that it was over. So at least give the youngsters some chance. I think I think you couldn't criticize Pioli on that, because he wasn't when he put Gabby on. I think he's kind of like giving youngsters a chance.
Yeah, no. The only good thing Pioli did is the decision to, after the 3-0, just to do those changes and not to overdo it. Because no matter what he did after the third goal, we're never gonna come back. So he lowered the risk of injuries and he didn't try anything else because it was a done game. That's the good thing he did.
Yeah, and I think Tonali is not in a good form. I think I would put a
No,
Pobega
sp-
over
we sp-
Tonali now, because I don't think
we
Tonali is
spoke.
making. The thing is, Tonali has some quality and you could see it, but man, like he's just not like I don't see that fire anymore. Like he's getting dispossessed easily, and his passes are not so good. You know, his crosses. I think there was a chance. There was a chance where I think CDK passed the ball to Tonali, and Dest was running through with full speed through the defense. And if Tonali just gave Dest the ball, Dest could have laid off, or he could have passed the ball to someone in the middle of the box like Giroud, who could have banged that in. But Tonali instead kind of just crossed the ball. I don't know if you remember that, and it hit the Chelsea defender.
Yeah. No, the problem with Tonali is he's too similar to Benacer. They're two similar style of players, and they just, I don't know, they don't give each other too much space. They're playing too similar. Sometimes they're lost in the way they play. Because I don't know if you noticed, even last season, in this season, one of the midfielders often comes back as a third defender, even in the attacking build-up. And now we don't have that trick player that will do that. And they sometimes get confused. One time is Tonali, other time is Benacer, and they're probably they suffer from one another.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but I like it when Tonali kind of comes forward and goes to the right, when he shifts to the right and kind of helps the right wing with those passes. I think I want to see him more towards the right side, helping out the right side more.
Yeah.
And Benacer kind of the guy who's back as, the
Yeah.
kind of like a orchestrator.
Yeah, but I think we should have gotten that muscle and proper box-to-box midfielder.
That could be Pobega. That's why I said Pobega could.
Yeah. I love Pobega, what he's doing, and I think he should get a lot more chances. Because we're missing that muscle in midfield.
Yeah, I agree. And now that Juventus is coming up fast, and we're kind of 3-0 defeat is a heavy defeat. I want us to see bounce back against Juventus, but will the players feel something after this defeat? That's kind of the questions I'm having. How will we react against Juventus? Because I disagree to what you guys said before when you said that if Pioli doesn't qualify to the next stage, then sack him. I strongly disagree with that, because it's only our second season and the team is still young, and I think Pioli still has time to.
But he has no excuses not to pass the group stage. We're in a group with struggling Chelsea, and we're a group with Salzburg and Dinamo Zagreb. So last season, maybe you can make the argument that we had a very difficult group, and he didn't have the luck to go past it. But this season, he has zero excuses not to pass the group stage, because now we are champions of Italy.
I agree, but I agree with that this is a fair criticism, but I think sacking him would be far-fetched. It's kind of
I'm not saying to sack him immediately. I'm saying to sack him at the end of the season, once the season is over.
But what if he wins the league and you don't make it through?
It doesn't change, because now it's not about winning the league. Now it's about doing that step further in Europe.
Yeah, I get that, but I think if he wins the league and you sack him just because he didn't pass through the group stage, that would be kind of far-fetched. Because there's a lot of risk, who is the next coach you're gonna get, and maybe the next coach doesn't like some players or has a different style of play. There's a lot of risk with changing coaches.
Yeah, of course.
And
but maybe that change would be good.
Maybe it would be good, but I think if he wins the league, then yeah, it is a criticism for this season that he didn't pass through the group stages. But sacking him would be a consequence gone too far. Maybe it's just far
But
fetched to me.
sometimes you need to take those kind of drastic changes because nobody is saying he should win the Champions League. Nobody is saying he should go to the semi or maybe even quarterfinals. But simply as champions, because now we are champions. We weren't third place, we weren't fourth place or second place. We were champions. When you're champions, is one of the top leagues in the world. Even though Italian football was in decline, you cannot afford situations like this, because what would that bring? It will bring a chain effect. Do you think Leao would stay if we don't pass the group stage and we have zero progress in Europe? No.
I
And I
wouldn't.
would agree with him.
I wouldn't agree to the point where we have no progress in Europe, because if we end up with more points than last season, then I would say that's progress right there. And
But it
maybe
doesn't matter.
I would also argue that maybe last season we could have lost that game to Salzburg instead of drawing that game. I think you could argue that, but
Yeah, but
you
still,
also expect champions to defend a title, and if Pioli does defend the title, then I think sacking him would be an extreme consequence. Like I think it's harsh to sack him if he wins the title. But I think you're right if he ends up, let's say, in third place and doesn't make it through the group stage, and I wouldn't see it too harsh. But there's also still a risk there of changing coaches, because it takes time for a coach to realize his style of play, and I don't think now is the time to change coaches, because we've just
and
found
also
our
what?
identity.
Yeah, but also it also depends what kind of available coaches you will have at that time. That's also another factor that to be taken in consideration.
Yeah, I think that's a huge factor, because if you don't find
And also, even though we found our identity, but if you don't make any kind of changes, teams learn how the style of play you have. Because even now, there's other teams are starting to learn what we do. That we are dependent on Leao.
I agree, and I think it's Pioli's test to kind of find a way to face these
Yeah,
problems.
that's why I'm saying he needs to show this in Europe. He needs to show that he's flexible, and he needs to show that he can win those kind of games.
I 100%
Because
agree with you, but it's just me and you are having
it's not
disagreement.
it's not a difficult group. It's not a difficult. That's what bothers me the most.
I 100% agree.
It's an easy group. Not
Yeah,
no,
I agree.
I don't disrespect Red Bull Salzburg or Dinamo Zagreb. No disrespect to them. But Milan is Milan. Milan is champions of Italy.
I 100% agree with you, but I think where we disagree is the sacking part.
Yeah, I understand. It's okay to disagree. That's what's good. But still, again, if we have, for example, an available coach at the end of the season, or let's say Sotil does good with Udinese and has a top 4 finish, I think we should go that route. If Pioli doesn't do anything special this season.
Yeah, I think also that depends, like you said, if there's available coaches. That's a huge factor.
Yeah, for example, I know this is pretty much, let's say, 90% impossible, but if Klopp continues to have bad results with Liverpool this season, and he leaves them at the end of the season, I think we should go for him. And we should try to do everything that we can to get him, because Klopp's style of play would suit Milan. And
yeah, but
will suit.
If Pioli successfully defends the title, then I think it's too harsh to sack him just because he didn't pass the group stages. I think he still deserves his spot if he wins the league. Because man, I agree, they played last season and they should have the experience of playing in the Champions League by now. But you need more time. You can't just give them one season. I think one season is time to learn, but I think you should give them another season. Because I get the fact that you already have the experience, but I think one season of experience is still not substantial enough to kind of.
But I would take example Atalanta. Atalanta didn't get any kind of experience, kind of experience in the Champions League, and they still did a lot better in the first 2 seasons.
Yeah,
than
I
Milan
agree,
is
but
currently.
Atalanta is a different team with different expectations. When you're playing with
Yeah,
different expectations.
but still, they did a lot better. They
I
did a lot
know,
better.
I,
So
and that's a
again, they
that
didn't have experience. They didn't have anything.
that's a fair argument, but you could also argue that it's a team with different expectations, and expectations kind of play a role on these players mentally. When you're
Yeah,
in a
of
team
course.
like Milan, you have such high expectations where it affects how you play.
Yeah, but if they cannot handle the pressure, it's much better for you to solve them. Because now the progress of Milan, yeah, we became champions of Italy, and that's amazing. But now the thing is to grow even further and to be able. Nobody is expecting them to play a final to win the title at least this season or the next 3 seasons, because we are still far off to the top teams in Europe. But what we can expect is for us to play a lot better and to show that we can grow and to show that we can keep our best players. For
Yeah,
example, last season and the season before when we lost all those players, I can understand. We are fighting for the Scudetto, we are fighting for Champions League spot. You cannot afford not to lose them at that time because you're in that process. But now, at this period when we won the Scudetto and we cannot keep our best players, that's a very bad sign, even if we win the league.
yeah, I
And
agree.
believe
And
me,
and this game kind
believe,
of sorry. Yeah, you could continue.
yeah, sorry, just to finish this, because not passing the group stage will send a signal to the players that we currently have, because we have contract problems with two probably our best players, with Benacer and Leao, and it's very important what we're gonna do with these two players, what kind of signal we will send,
Yeah,
and passing the group stage is one of
yeah, I agree with you,
one
man.
of the
Because like when you're going in the contract negotiations, Liao could say, "Oh, well, we didn't qualify the group stage, right, this season," and he
why
wants to
should I
further.
say it?
Exactly. But you could also make the argument that Liao, this is our second season, and it takes time for us to reach that top level.
But
And the
he's
same thing,
already,
and the same thing could be said about his career too. He's 23 years old. You could also say that you also have, there's still time for you to grow and develop. This is not the end, or this is not your pinnacle or your prime days.
yeah, of course. But he can say, I already reached the top level. He was
Yeah.
MVP. I'm scoring the goals. I'm doing nothing good. So the
I
problem
think,
is not me. The problem is the team.
well, I would make that argument that this is not his top level because he has that quality to be a Ballon d'Or level player, and he's not there yet. And I think if he
Yeah,
stays with
he
this
can
team,
still
he
grow.
could he could still grow and reach that Ballon d'Or level. The same
But
thing.
I'm saying what he can say, what he can use, and it will be a valid argument from his side,
Yeah, it
because
would be a valid argument.
not just that, also because let's be honest, Milan cannot pay as much as other top teams that want him. They cannot give him the money that Chelsea can give him, and they cannot give him the money that Manchester City can give him. So, what we have in leverage with Leao is for now. I'm saying for now, he's shown love to the team. He's showing that he's appreciative of the team, because we waited for him 2 seasons or maybe even three for him to play like this. We were patient with him, so he appreciates that, and that's why he's willing to accept even lower salary, because let's be honest, 7 million for that kind of player that can change the game at any time is ridiculous. It's a cheap price.
Yeah, but I think Maldini came out and he said that that there is a will with Benacer, Kalulu, and Leao to renew, and I don't know how much trust you can put on these sources, but they said the issue is not the 7 million but the 19 million to Sporting, and Milan is saying that it's not our issue to pay that money, that 19 million. But like you could counter Liao's argument saying, we're not there yet, but we have a project that in 4 years we will reach that level that you're asking for. And you as well, Liao's case, you have not reached, your pinnacle prime days. You still have time to grow. You could say you could argue that Milan are moving, and we're moving in the same direction as Leao's career.
For now, yes, yeah. For now, Milan is the perfect team for him because
And I
he
think he
won't have the
does know
same
that.
games,
He does know that. And I
and he
think,
knows that. I agree with that. But if we're not making any kind of progress in the Champions League, that's why it's more important for us to pass the group stage. Because if he continues to play like this and continues to have the contribution that he currently has, because I don't know, this season he's a totally different player, totally different player, because he's basically involved in 99% of the goals that we have scored. He can say, listen, I know that I am the best player in the team by far. I know that I'm the best player in Serie A. And I know that other top teams that are in much better situation than Milan are chasing me. Teams that will allow me to win the Champions League, and or at least have a lot better chance than win the Champions League than with Milan. And also they can give him a contract, let's say 15 million per year, which is basically double that Milan can offer.
yeah, but the money is another thing. I'm not talking about the money here. I'm saying, in terms of his
No,
development.
I know that, because now the problem is not just the money, although it is, because other team can say to him, okay, Leo, come to us, we will pay you the 20 million to Sporting. You don't have to pay anything.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, he could say, yeah, he wants to win the Champions League. I could make that argument that in 4 years, our project will lead us to win the Champions League. That's where AC Milan is a winning European team. So in 4 years,
Yeah.
you may have that chance, a high probability that you will win the Champions League with us if you stay with us in 3 or 4 years. You just have to be patient and grow and develop as a player, and you will have that chance sooner or later. But if he says he wants to win it now, then you don't really have a counter argument to that. If he says no, I want to
That's
win
the
it.
problem.
Yeah, if he says I want to win it this season, well, then he could go to Manchester City or Chelsea and play there.
And in
But
that situation, you cannot be mad at the player.
yeah, you can't, because he's the best player in our team, and we're highly dependent on him right now. And this is the
Even
thing where
Maldini said that if we don't continue to have the growth path and the player outgrows us, nobody can be mad if he leaves.
yeah, I agree. If he says he wants to win the Champions League now, he can go ahead. But I would also argue that you don't have to. I'll tell you, Leo. You don't have to win it now. In the future, you still are a young player and you have a lot to learn and grow. I would focus more on developing your game and growing. Then the winning will come.
Yeah, of course, I agree with that. As I said, Milan is the perfect team for Leo. Leo is the perfect team for Milan because they are on the same path as a team. As a team, as a player, they want to follow the same path.
But I
But the
think
problem is if we drop back, if we don't continue on the growth, that's the problem.
there's kind of a drawback of Leo renewing, and I don't know if it's valid or not, but I see if Leo does renew his contract, then I have this worry, or I have this worry that the team will be too dependent on Leo. I don't want my team to kind of be dependent on one player. But the thing is, against
Yeah,
Napoli, we played a pretty good game, and Leo wasn't playing, so I don't know how much validity you
yeah,
can
but
put in that.
that's problem with the coach, and that's the problem of other attacking lack of, or to say lack of attacking option that we have. So that's the biggest problem because we don't have. Also, the problem is CDK struggling with form, and we don't have a proper right winger, or we don't trust them that much. It's either one of those two options.
Yeah, so keeping
So
Leao, maybe let's say Leao does renew, and next summer, the management could say, we already have Leao, why spend on a right wing? But if Leao does leave, then they have the money to spend on both the left wing and the right wing.
yeah,
So
but
this is like a hidden cost, in my opinion. Of if Leao does renew, then I'm kind of scared or worried that the team will be too dependent on Leao, and I don't want that for this team.
yeah, but again, even if he leaves, I agree. If we got an offer, let's say 150 million to sell him, because even though he's good, even though he's our best player, he's still not worth that kind of money. And if we get 150 million, we can strengthen three positions and have a much better overall team that we have currently. But if he stays and if he continues to develop the way he develops, then I don't know, it would be perfect for the team and for him. Because Leao is the only player, even if everybody else is playing shit, everybody else is playing bad, out of nowhere he will create a chance.
Yeah,
Out
I
of
get that,
nowhere.
and that could be that. That's what I'm saying. That could be a bad thing too, because the players could just say,
But this,
the
no,
mentality
listen,
of the team. Next game could be
this
like,
has
oh, if
nothing to do with the team being dependent on him. This has to do with the individual quality that he has.
I get that, but
Because
like
even
this, and today, like in today's game, I saw the team kind of were struggling to find solutions in the attack, so they were just kind of looking for Leao and hoping he does something. But like
but
that's the issue where I see it. The
that's up to
team.
the coach. That's why I say that's up to the coach.
Yeah,
The
but
coach needs to find solution for
it's
him.
also up to the players too, because like a player like, I don't know, like let's say Tonali, for example, and Leao has become, let's say top 5 in the world. He could be thinking, oh, if I don't find solutions, I'll just pass it to Leao. He's not gonna be thinking about him solving the problems. He's gonna be thinking about, let me just pass to Leao so he can solve all the problems.
Yeah, but that also depends on as I said, that depends on also the style of play that the coach wants. If the coach wants to play through the left, more of the plays will go through the left, and of course you're gonna look for Leao. But if the coach changes the style of play and maybe even changes the formation that he plays a little bit different formation, then they can find another solutions.
Yeah, I agree. The
But
coach.
I can understand that. I also don't want us to be dependent on Lao, because I said this earlier. That reminds me of the period when we were dependent from Suso in the Banter era.
Yeah,
If you remember that period with everything that was happening through Suso. Suso was our only bright spot.
Yeah, but like I also think it's up to the coach too. I agree, but it's also the players' mentality. If Leao does stay, then they're gonna be thinking about just pass the ball to Leao. That's they're gonna have that mentality that if they can't solve the problems, they'll just pass it to Leao and make Leao solve all the problems for them. Which I don't want. I want Tonali to be thinking that he's gonna solve all. I want players to be thinking about how they're gonna solve the problems instead of just passing it to one player, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But again, most of that also depends on the formation that they're gonna play and the instruction given by the coach.
Of
Because
course.
90, not 90, let's say 70% out of the time that we play is based on instruction given by the coach, and the rest 30 maybe are individual situations that depends on how the game develops or what happens during the game. But most of the time depends on the instruction given by the coach. So if the coach learns that it's not a good thing to be dependent on solely on one player, which I think so far I think we don't have yet that kind of problem.
But it looks like we're going into that direction, right?
Yes, it looks like that we're going to that direction, but still I think that also factors the CDK struggle that CDK the struggle that he has currently. And the problem is also what kind of striker Giroud is. So there's no other options in the final third besides Leao to create that chance.
Yeah.
But if we can get this winter a proper right winger, a winger that can have a good. Nobody's asking to have the same attacking output as Leao. Nobody's asking that. But to have at least half of what Leao is doing, then it will ease out the pressure of Leao. We'll have another option going forward to attack, and it will also give us a lot more scoring options.
Yeah, I agree. Someone like Macias, but a better quality than Macias.
Someone like Messias, but a
But
lot more
better, like
faster than him.
yeah, like a better quality Messias, you know.
Yeah, because Messias is not that bad. I don't understand why people are bashing
He's
him that
not.
much.
He's not.
He's
But
an
I
okay
think
player.
I think
He's a rotational player.
he's the type of right wing that we need. He's the type of player that we need. But I think it's just that he's a good player and all. But I think we should be aiming for a better quality with his type of style.
More explosive player than Messias.
Yeah,
We're missing that explosiveness over on the right side.
yeah. And I'm just worried
So
about. I'm super curious about that Juventus game because I want to see how the reaction is because that game needs a strong reaction from the team.
yeah, because so far when they I mean in the past 3 seasons after everything changed after that loss with Atalanta, every time that they had a bad game, after that they respond great. Every single time.
But I would argue, like, I don't know if you guys agree or not, but against Empoli, I didn't see a good reaction. Even though we won that game, I didn't see a good game. I think we played.
No, the game was bad, but what I liked is reaction after the conceded goal.
Yeah,
They immediately went on the attack and they immediately scored the goal. That's a very great reaction.
but I think we kind of got lucky with that. Like, I don't know,
But
like
also,
it won't happen every game. It's just like,
yeah,
and I think Balo Toure meant to shoot it another way, but he kind of got lucky with the shot. It hit it where he didn't mean to hit it, but it went in. But credits to him for being in that position in the first place.
yeah. Also, the problem with Empoli was the situation that we didn't use in the first half. We're missing too many. This season, beside this game, beside this Chelsea game, let's put it aside. But in every other game, we're creating a lot of chances, and we are not converting them. So that's the biggest problem that we currently have.
That's the biggest problem for me is openness in the back. How teams are easily creating chances at the back and kind of shooting
The
on.
problem at the back is Tomori. Tomori is the biggest problem at the back. I don't know what happened to him.
I don't think I would put it on one player, even though I agree, Tomori is not on
He's the
hot form.
biggest problem. It's not just the problem is not just him, but
I
he's
think
the biggest problem.
It's also tactical. Like it's just like, how could you let Thiago Silva have 3 headers in a row?
Well, when you're putting a player like Benacer marking him,
Yeah, like a Giroud, someone in that defense should have been telling somebody else to mark Thiago Silva. After the second header he got, somebody would have been screaming at a player who's good at covering headers.
No,
It's just there's some tactical error there too. It's not only Tomori. Yes, Tomori is a part of it, but there's some tactics in the defense that are all wrong, man.
Tomori is making too much individual mistakes from the start of the season. Not just tactical, but individual mistakes.
Yeah, I agree, but there's also tactical errors. It's not only Tomori.
Yeah, it's not only Tomori because now in the midfield we are missing that box-to-box midfielder.
That
Pobega.
Pobega.
Yeah.
I think Pobega would solve that problem. But then again,
because last season we had Cassie to do that dirty work. We had Cassie. We are missing Cassie a lot.
Yeah,
for the style we play.
If you put Pobega, he'll also solve that kind of header issues we have, where we're not doing good. We're not doing good defensively in headers.
To be honest, I would start Pobega against Juventus.
Yeah, I think you make a solid point, but then again, you're gonna have to either bench Tonali and Benacer, who,
just bench them.
Yeah, the thing is, Pioli is not that type of coach, who has that.
Well,
the balls
he needs
to kind
to grow. Yeah,
that's a fair criticism too. If I think Pobega should bench Tonali because I think Tonali so far has not been in hot form. I think his form is not so good. Like, man, that pass, against Empoli where he tried to tackle that, he tried to intercept that ball, but then Barami just ran through. He kind of passed the ball to the Empoli player, and he had a one-on-one chance. Should have scored. Yeah, I think Tonali is kind of having an issue. Like, I don't know, like, it's too early to judge him now. I'll judge by the end of the season, but so far, I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
Again, as I said, it's not just him struggling. Benacer is also struggling in some of the games. As I said, they're two similar players. They cannot play together, at least not in a double pivot.
I think this game Benacer has been poor, but I think in Serie A you can't say Benacer has been poor. I
Yeah.
think Benacer has
I
been.
think what will solve the problem is to play a 3-man midfield. Insert that Pobega in the midfield.
But then you're gonna have to
And
sacrifice an attacking player.
sacrifice him. Let CDK to play as a striker. Use him in that position.
I think I
And
disagree because from what we've seen, I think CDK did play as a striker for like he was substituted in as a striker, and I honestly didn't like what I saw because he's not in the box a lot. You know, he kind of drops back and kind of lays it off
yeah,
or
but
kind of pass.
that also depends on the instruction given by the coach. Also
Yeah.
depends on that. Probably not as pure striker, but play him as a false 9.
It's like a different style of play, you know, kind of to
Yeah.
be
Because that will solve
unpredictable.
a lot of that will solve a lot of problems that we have. We'll be more protected at the back. We'll be not dependent that much on Leao in the midfield or in the attacking phase. We have another attacking option that can allow even Leao to go a little bit further up or to go in the middle and to have more passing options, which will improve everything.
You still
Plus,
have some. You still have some drawbacks using that because you lose that Giroud, you know, he's at the right time at the right place. You know, he's
but
that type
it
of
opens
striker.
you more options. You don't have to play all the time like that. You can rotate.
Yeah, I agree. You know,
You can
like
make
changing it
rotation.
up to be unpredictable could
Because
work.
now everybody is learning that we play only through Leao, and there even Chelsea they doubled him, they even tripled him at time, and
Yeah, I think that game this game against Chelsea, like I wouldn't really analyze it too deep. The team just didn't show up. You could just see it, man. Like
everybody was bad today.
yeah,
Everybody
like,
was bad. Every single one of them.
they just didn't show up. I feel like, you know.
But yet, this game, even though we had 9 injuries, which that's ridiculous. I don't know any other team that has this many injuries. Even though we had those kind of injuries, we still it's no excuse to playing that bad.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna like use injuries as an excuse. I'm just saying, you know, we played very bad. The team just didn't show up. We kind of gifted Chelsea the game.
Because all of the three
It felt like a training game for Chelsea, where we were defending and they would just attack. That's
And
what it
not
felt
just
like.
that, all of the 3 goals were very avoidable goals. It's not you cannot say you can say, oh, that was a very good action. You couldn't have done anything to prevent that. All
Yeah.
of those 3 goals were pretty much avoidable. First goal, Tatarusanu made a bad
I don't.
deflection.
And I think it's harsh to kind of blame it on Tatarusanu. I'd blame it on the
No,
defense.
it's not just Tatarusanu. He could
Oh,
have.
Thiago Silva had 3 headers in a row, and no one did anything. After the second header,
No, but
somebody would have
I'm
been.
saying he bounced the back too close. I think he should either put it on the side, but it's not just him. After that reaction, the ball was in the 30-second. Nobody cleared the ball. Nobody cleared the ball. That's one mistake from the defense. Second goal, they are playing with only one striker, and none of the players are covering him.
I would put that Tomori blame. Yeah, Tomori is to blame.
Tomori made a horrible reaction.
I don't know why he just didn't go for the header. Like, why didn't he just header it out? I think he's overthinking things way too much, man.
He's doing what I liked about Tomori last year. He was let's say no nonsense defender. He didn't overcomplicate things. Now he's trying to do something. I don't know what he's trying to do. Either he's trying to be more technical defender to try.
It kind of feels like he's trying to, instead of just being safe and clearing the ball, he's trying to retain the possession instead of just clearing it.
Yeah, and that's why he makes those mistakes. And also for the third goal, even the left back could have blocked better reaction, not to allow James even to get in that position.
Yeah, that was a really good finish by James. That was a very good finish.
but still not to give him the time to get in that position, to get that close to the goal.
Yeah, we gave him a lot of space.
A lot of space. So all of the 3 goals were very available. It's not like Chelsea had an amazing game.
Yeah,
They played
didn't.
enough. They played enough.
This is why I said we kind of gifted the game to them. You know, we gave them those 3 goals. We gave them the win.
Yeah. So hopefully this weekend against Juventus and next week against Chelsea we can show a lot better play, because now we're in a very delicate situation, because if we lose to Juventus, we are bringing back Juventus into the league. And after
No.
that, because what is scary about Juventus, if they go in a good run of forms, they will collect a lot of points. 1-0 victory, 2-0 victory, and that's the worst thing that can happen in the league.
Yeah, that's why I'm worried. Is that, you know, we're not in such good form, and we're facing a Juventus that is kind of in good form now.
And if we don't win against Chelsea next week, we are complicating our Champions League stay.
Yeah,
because
because
after that we have to play with Dynamo away, which is a very difficult stadium to play in.
I 100% agree, man. Because if we lose against Juventus and we lost against Chelsea, going into the Chelsea game, like, it's gonna be very tough.
And after that, we're risking to have a bad run of games.
Yeah. Because then if you get 3 losses in a row, you know, then that's a very big issue.
It's too much.
Yeah.
So it's very important what they can do against Juventus, because I think we're playing at home this weekend, right? It's a home game
against Juventus.
For Juventus.
Yeah.
So we have 2 home games. Yeah, you can't lose twice at home in front of your fans. Not against big teams.
Yeah, it's a home game.
Yeah, I think we need to win against Juventus, man. Like that. That's gonna be a very important game.
Yeah, we got to get some sort of momentum.
Exactly. Because then if we go into the Chelsea game with 2 losses, then I think it's kind of hard.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. I definitely agree.
But who would you start against Juventus? Like, is Messias gonna be back for that game?
I think you might have to go with you know what? I would put Dest there, and I would just put Gabia and center defense and Kalulu on the right.
Yeah,
I think
play
Dest
conservatively.
I think Dest is just he has more trickery than the options that we have for the right side, unless Messias is back.
And if Dest starts at right back, who's he gonna face against? Is it Kostic?
Shit, I can't remember.
Because if Kostic goes against Dest, I think Kostic will cause
that's
some
why
problems.
That's why I want Kalulu to go to right back and just move Dest to the right mid or right winger.
But do you see Pioli doing that? Because if Messias does recover in time for Juventus, I think he's going to start Messias.
Yeah, that's the only problem is Pioli's not willing to do. He's not willing to do what's actually best for the players. And the players have to try and do what Pioli thinks is correct, even if it's not correct.
But I think putting in Messias, you could argue that it's the correct decision because Messias is in the pecking order. He's ahead of Dest.
Yeah, but he's older, so he needs whatever. If the doctor says he's recovered, he needs to miss at least one more game or only play for like the last 15 minutes.
And I think if the doctor says Messias is ready, then Pioli is going to start him.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Pioli needs to stop listening to what the doctor says off face value. Just because the doctor says he's okay does not mean he's actually okay. We've seen this too often with this team. The doctor says he's good to go, and then he plays, and then he gets injured.
I disagree because when the doctor, like he spent his career, like learning about this. I think the doctor knows more than anyone here and knows more than Pioli. So if the doctor says he's ready, then you can't really, because
I hear what you're saying. In a normal world, you're right. But again, you're talking about AC Milan, and we've already seen what happens when the doctor says he's okay and then he comes back. Normally, I would agree with you. Normally,
because you're basing it off the fact that we're seeing a pattern here. When the doctors say he's okay, then they get injured straight away. So there's like a pattern. That's what you're saying, right?
yeah, there is a pattern, 100% pattern.
But there could be other factors too. It's not only because it's the doctor's fault. That's kind of like an unfair criticism, because there might be other factors too. You could argue, that the pitch is not so good, or you could argue that when Calabria was running, he kind of was running in a wrong way, or kind of shifted his body in a way that kind of caused an injury. It's not so much on the doctors.
Calabria was running in a straight line, like. No.
Yeah, but you just never know, like you just never know with these things. There could be many factors, and not only because of the doctors.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, but
still here?
Hey, Roy, what's up? I hear what you're saying, but again, if there's a pattern that keeps happening, and it's not like this has been going on for only 3 years or something like that. This is literally every single time they say a player is healthy, he's actually not healthy. So until you can start a positive trend, I just can't go with that.
Hey, can I just ask you a quick question? I'm sorry to interrupt. Was Lyatt here?
No. No.
Who was here? Who came?
Yeah, there was someone who came in and just left without.
Who got you? How did you get in, Yusuf?
Someone let me in.
Who was here when you got in? Who was here?
Anton and Nathan.
Oh, Antonio got you in. Okay, got you. All right. Sorry. Keep on.
Yeah, like it's just that you can't really blame the medical team. Like there's a lot of factors that go into it. Blaming only the medical team is not really a fair.
No, it's not just the medical team. It's a lot of factors, but still, Pioli makes the final decision.
I mean, we saw today Fofana getting injured. So it's not only I could argue that the players are just playing too much.
Yeah, that's another factor. But still, if a player is coming back from injury, and it's a serious injury, muscular injury, just don't play him from start in the first game. Just give him time to come back.
The thing, what I'm saying is, if a doctor tells you he's ready to play, how is Pioli gonna not listen to him? The doctor's much more educated than Pioli.
Because our doctors have been failures for like the past 10 years.
Yeah, but man, like,
it doesn't matter if he's included in the match squad. He's ready to play. Yes, but that doesn't mean that you have to play him.
Right, like he can be recovered, but he's not 100% ready to play.
The thing is, if the doctors tell Pioli that Messias is ready to play, he's gonna play Messias, because Messias is up there in the ranking system, like in the pecking order. It's Messias, then Dest, or then.
Yeah, but he can play him for 20 minutes. Give him time to return to full fitness.
Yeah, but
because
what if
he's not at full fitness?
Okay, but there are fitness coaches and there are professionals who tell him, like he's 100% ready to play against Juventus. He's gonna have to go with their word.
Yeah, but our fitness coaches have proven to be incompetent.
Yeah, and that's your opinion, but like they're professionals and they're not gonna be thinking that way.
I understand that, but when they get it wrong over and over and over again, like it's no longer a matter of opinion. It's a matter of this is what we've been seeing this entire time. So,
but you can't say it's their fault. Like there's a lot of factors that go into injuries. It's not just because of the medical team. There's a lot of factors that contribute to this.
Yeah, I understand that it becomes like physical preparator and things like that. I understand all that, but it still would do Pioli a world of good if when the doctor says he's ready to play, just go on the conservatives, be more conservative and just let him recover a little bit longer.
Risks. Yeah.
Don't take that many risks with him. You can still play him 15 minutes or so. But
even 20, even half an hour.
Even half an hour, but you can't play him 90 minutes. I don't care what that doctor says. The doctors
you
have been wrong too many times.
Even that was the problem with Kjaer now. Kjaer wasn't not physically ready to play 90 minutes. And
But
you
you
can
know,
see
if the
he's
doctors
not the
tell
biggest
him
factor.
if the doctors tell him he's 100% ready to play the full game, he's going to play the full game. Like,
But
or
you can see
if
him
you
on the
go
pitch that
against the,
he's not ready.
I know, but if you
You
go
can see
against
on the pitch.
you can't just go against your staff. These are your staff. You know,
But your staff doesn't choose your starting 11.
they don't. But if they tell you 100 that this player is 100% ready to play
What
a
is
game from the starting minute, then you kind of have to go with it.
so?
'Cause
How can you say that the doctors can tell you that he's 100% ready?
I don't know how I can give you an answer. I'm not a doctor, but they're the doctors.
No, the doctors can tell you if he's not injured yet still, but they
Right,
cannot say for
right. He can tell you that he's good to go, that he's good to play again, but you can't. But they can't say that he is 100% ready. That's something that nobody can tell you except for the player himself. And of course, we all know players want to play, so they're never going to tell you the truth.
I mean, yeah, doctors have to have some input from the players, but from the input they get, they give their assessment to Pioli, because they're not going to just say he's 100% ready without asking the player first. So if the player says he's 100% ready, then they must be telling Pioli he's 100% ready. If the player is telling the doctor that he doesn't feel ready, then the doctors won't tell Pioli that he's 100% ready.
Also, you can go by logic. If a player is injured, let's say 2-3 weeks, even a month, and he comes back after that injury, he cannot be ready at any case at the first game to play from the start.
Exactly,
because he didn't have enough trainings, he didn't have enough training session, and he didn't play in the last period. So he's not 100% ready, not at all.
But if he's not 100% ready, the doctors will be telling Pioli he's not 100% ready.
But how would the doctor know if the player said he feels good?
I'm not a doctor, but of course,
player
can
lie to the doctors. But this is purely by logic.
Okay. If the player is lying to the doctor, then we have to put the blame on the player, not the doctor.
Yes, but how do you stop a player? You literally have to make the decision for the player. I understand you claim that you're good to go, but you're not going to play from the start. You're going to only get 30 minutes. If you don't like it, there's the door.
But the thing is, these are doctors, and we have to go through with what they're saying. And if the player is lying to the doctor, then it's not the issue with the medical staff; it's the issue with the player.
But
the player shouldn't be lying to the doctor.
Yes, okay, but what we have seen every time a player comes back is that the guys get injured over and over and over again. So it's either the doctor is incompetent or the player is lying. The doctor is obviously going to tell you that the player can play, but the doctor can't sit here and tell him that's 100% good to go. So now the coach should understand, after 3 years of the same bullshit happening, if the doctor says he's good to play, yes, he can play, but you're not going to play him for the start of the game. You're only going to give him 30 minutes at most. That's the coach's decision.
The thing is, if a player gets injured after starting a game after his injury, and he gets injured, you can't say that it's 100% the blame goes towards the medical staff, because there's other factors too. And if Pioli isn't gonna go against the medical staff, it's just like we're disagreeing with each other. Like, I'm telling you that if a medical staff tells Pioli is 100% ready, then Pioli is gonna have to go with his word. But what you're saying is that Pioli
but
should
in the end, Pioli makes the final decision, and he has to come to the conclusion if the player is really 100% ready, because they're doing training before the match, and he can see in what kind of condition and the player is. Even though the medical staff will tell him he's 100%, even though they will tell him he's okay, but in the end, Pioli makes the final decision. And Calabria injuries is easily avoidable. The last injury that he has,
he was not ready.
Have to risk it.
So you could
have to risk it.
You could also say that Pioli is at fault, but
the thing is, I think he's not learning from his mistake.
I think for Florenzi, 100% Pioli is at fault for that, and for Calabria too. So
yeah,
I would say those two. Yeah.
You have to learn from your mistake.
Even Kjaer is this last injury is Pioli's fault, because you could see Chiari that he's not at 100%. He's not running properly. He's tired.
But honestly, when Kyer came back, I saw good games from Kyer. Like I thought
No,
that he
I'm
was a pretty
speaking.
good
I'm
kid.
speaking about this last game. He wasn't. He wasn't in that
Even the
condition.
last game, or against Napoli, I saw Chiari I saw him playing well. When Calabria was playing against Empoli, I saw Calabria he didn't do bad. I thought he was doing decent.
Yeah, but
There's
Calabria
nothing.
didn't even last 70 minutes.
I
So
know,
that's
but
how
like
you know he should only
I
get
think
30 minutes to play.
I think a big issue is the way this team is being built, especially from our mercato. Like the mercato that we did this summer is all a mercato of players for the future. So Pioli does not have the confidence to play these guys. He needs to always play the same guys, and and this is what happens. This is what happens.
Yeah.
thing is, with hindsight, we could say these things, but if you remove the hindsight bias, then you can't really be saying these things, because when I saw Calabria playing before he got injured, I saw him playing a good game. Even Kyer, before he got injured, he was playing a good game.
I'm gonna open up the lines if you guys don't mind. I know it's a
Yeah, go
numbers
ahead. Go ahead.
Like you see, like it's just like, okay, you guys are saying, if he's seeing them in training, then if he's not 100% fit and you're seeing it in training, don't play them. But the thing is, when I saw them play, I saw them playing pretty good. So he must have seen them performing at that level when they were training.
No, but nobody's saying that they didn't play good. Nobody's saying that. The thing is the fitness that they had.
Yeah, the thing
And,
is, what I'm
maybe-
saying relates to what you guys are saying, because you didn't quite understand what I said. Like, if he's playing good, like if, for example, Calabria, before he got injured, he was playing good against Empoli. So Pioli must have seen that during training, that Calabria is playing good, so he's going to start, because not only is he higher in the pecking order, but he's also performing on a standard that meets expectations. So he's going to start. Thing is, when we were watching the game, like when I was watching the game, I didn't think that Calabria was suffering. I think he was meeting expectations with what he was
he
doing.
wasn't suffering, but when you
that-
came back from that injury and you're playing, you at the risk of getting re-injured again.
Yeah, that's with
Exactly.
hindsight bias. That's with hindsight.
It's not
bias.
hindsight.
It's not
hindsight. It's that's medical science right there. That's if you okay, I'm not like a medical doctor, but I did take physiology and I did take kinesiology. Okay, I'm trying to tell you, when you come back from a fresh injury, you are not 100% ready to go. I don't care what anyone tries to tell you. If they tell you that you're 100%, bro, they're putting your career at stake 100%.
Bro, then if a player comes back to injury, then you're never gonna play him because he's never 100% fit.
Yeah, but that's why you work them in slowly. Again, you
Like
gotta
you can't make that like assessment, because if I go through your logic, then if a player is injured, then he should never start because he's never gonna be 100% ready.
No,
That's
You're gonna
not
have
true.
to start.
So are players 100% ready after the summer vacation? No, they work their way up with fitness.
But for that game, he could have given Dest an opportunity to play a full game against Empoli and saved Calabria for Chelsea.
The thing is, Calabria didn't play a bad game. He was playing a good game.
No, Calabria was excellent. He was excellent.
Yeah, and he's higher in the pecking order of Dest.
Fitness does not. But the thing is, you're confusing fitness and player performance. You cannot be fit but have a good 30, 45 minutes of game time.
If you remember, against Napoli, Calabria got injured. And so he went through physical therapy and recovery during the international break. And then Calabria obviously told the medical staff he's good to go. The medical staff told him he's good to go. So Pioli said, okay, we'll go for Calabria. But yeah, you could say in hindsight or whatever, it would have been probably smarter to have Dest play that game, because Dest can absolutely play against Empoli. And if Dest can't play against Empoli, then he shouldn't be playing football. No disrespect to Empoli. So Dest could have gotten an opportunity to get some minutes and feel the team. So you can say it's questionable man management, but it is what it is. What up,
Roy? Can you not agree though that based off of the history of this club, that every time they say that they're good to go, it's usually led to disaster for this player.
I mean that's numbers don't lie. I mean
But
we are always the most injured team. Something is obviously not happening. Something I don't know what it is. It could be that. It could be something else. I honestly have no clue what it is. But something is definitely not happening correctly.
right, so I'm just going purely off of what's happened to us over the past like 8 years, basically. And the numbers tell us that whenever these guys say that they're ready, they're simply not. So just go with a little bit more
The
caution.
thing is, numbers explain a pattern, but they don't tell you a reason why this happened. They don't explain further. They don't tell you the reason or the cause.
So the cause can't be the fact that he's simply not ready.
Yeah, the cause could be many things, but it's not a fair assessment to say it's just from the medical team, because there's no stats that can prove that. It's just numbers don't tell you the whole story. They don't tell you the cause.
I mean, a lot of this stuff is like, I don't know. It's a different kind of science. It's a different kind of game. Uh, it's a whole different kind of. It's a whole different world, the medical world, and all of that. But anyway, Zen is here. What's up, Zen? And Raul asked you
Hi,
kind of what?
hi guys, how you doing?
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah. So what you think?
You're coming in
Absolute
a little
rubbish
bit.
game.
Hold on. You're coming in a little bit hot. Can you check your mic or something?
Yeah, I'm trying to connect my Bluetooth thing, but it doesn't really work. So let me just switch 1 sec. I'll try to turn it off and come back to you guys for a sec.
Okay. In the meantime, Raul asked the panel what?
Guys, I gotta go. So it was nice talking to you. I'll join the next live, and
All right.
hopefully
Yeah,
the
nice to
problem,
meet you, bro.
hopefully the
Nice
injuries
to meet
will be solved.
Later, my man.
So,
Is that be better, guys?
Still a little bit hot, but you're
Yeah.
clear. It's just
Just,
it
just
just
don't,
just
don't,
sounds like
don't,
you're
don't talk loud. It's already
just
super loud.
whisper.
All right.
Just
You mean
whisper.
I'm coming too loud? Oh my lord! Just 1 sec.
It's
Cause
fine.
yeah. Let me just how to do this. Should I do it like that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
If it gets, I will let you know if it's.
Yeah. Let me know. So yeah. I just came back from the Stamford Bridge.
Oh
I,
shit.
I was yeah. I was watching that game.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was really bad to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, we saw it.
Yeah, it didn't look really good as what we did, generally speaking. But I'm not sure if it's. I think they wanted to lose this game. That's how it looked like. I think they didn't want to play that game.
Is that the sense you
Generally
got?
speaking. Yeah, I think it was. They didn't really. Obviously, they're not gonna say that, but that's what it looks like. From the beginning, they just they played a bit and they just give up. I think it was calculated, to be honest with you.
You think it was a calculated loss?
Yeah, I think so.
Why would
Well,
they
but
do that?
if you look at it though, like Chelsea, it's not like they played good, but
Oh, Chelsea
their
was
their
awesome, man.
formation their
Chelsea's
formation
freaking
made it
awesome.
impossible to play the ball forward. It looked like we didn't do shit, but in reality, we couldn't do anything because every passing outlet was not there.
Yeah, but I think they were like playing like I don't know, a 50% of what they could. That's what it looks like when I was watching just the players when the ball wasn't kind of was in a different field and they just didn't react as they should. I don't know. That's what it looked like. Honestly, it looked like they just didn't want to really put any effort in it. Don't know. That's how it looked like from the stadium.
No, it looked the same from the TV. They just didn't try hard enough.
Why do you think they
Yeah.
did that?
Hold on, guys. I just need to put these earphones because I can't hear you properly. 1 second. Let me just stop. Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah.
Yes. So why do you think they would? If why do you think they would have done that?
Say again, sorry.
Why do you think they kind of just gave the game away like that?
I don't know. I think that was because of the injuries and everything. I think they didn't want to lose a lot of energy for the Juventus game. I think they knew they're gonna lose it because the Chelsea was playing like a game of death. Really, wasn't it? They have to win it.
Right.
So that's what I think. So Chelsea would win it anyway if we put much effort. Maybe we'll get injured another player or something like this, and we'll lose a lot of energy. And we're kind of in a good position anyway in the table. So looking at what we've got in the team right now with players. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's a Champions League. So when we're saying that injured players are not really a reason, I think it is a reason. This is
Oh
the
yeah.
top of the top football. So
Right.
you cannot just get rid of 4 players and expect we're gonna
Oh yeah.
just
I
play
was
as
saying that.
normal.
I was saying that. I didn't think we're going to win today. I didn't think we are going to win, but I thought Chelsea was a better team. Chelsea looks like a really shit team, like really bad. Not really bad for what they're worth, value wise, money wise. I'm saying they don't. They look like a team that in Italy would not be a title contender by the way they played tonight. So I think that at the San Siro, Milan is going to have a good chance to get something out of that game. Maybe a tie because we're still missing a lot of players, but we could also maybe win it with the push of the crowd. Because at the San Siro, the crowd, a Champions League night at the San Siro is always a big adrenaline rush for the players, and the players you know, do not want to play poorly in front of the home fans. It's usually not like that. Plus, this Chelsea team is not impressive at all. So I think at San Siro we might be able to get something. I don't know what, but I think so. What did you
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Roy, you were saying something and then you kind of like stopped.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So what I was saying that the way how the pitch is prepared for these games in UK, it's a really wet pitch, so it's prepared for the fast football, and then I don't think Italian pitches are prepared like that. It's really soaked in, and it just gives the ball the speed, so it's better suited for the fast players. Hence, we're always struggling in English fields or pitches.
Hey,
Well,
what was the last thing you heard me say?
I guess you were asking why you thought that they gave up, but I don't think the slick field had to do anything with it. It was literally just the formation. Like, no matter what, unless you have the players of Manchester City, the 4-2-3-1 is never going to outperform a three-man defense. It's just not going to happen. You got to have superior players for it to happen. And not saying our players are bad or they're better than anybody else, but it's just not going to happen with our players. You got to have a more athletic group if you're going to play this formation that we play.
Did you guys hear anything about what I said about Chelsea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you think of Chelsea's end at the stadium?
Yeah, he just Peter down. I just as Annie says, I'm Peter. Peter, by the way.
Oh, Peter.
Yeah, so they were much more physical than us, faster and physical. Really well prepared for this game, physically. Hence, it was looking really weird because they were just every position was just faster. They looked just faster. Hence, I'm thinking we didn't just put energy in this game. It was weird.
Well, that's what I was saying, though. The formation is why it looked like that. They didn't have to be faster because they already had 2 to 3 people around Liao, Tenali, Benacer. Like, you don't have to be fast if the player is already standing there. It just looked like they were just overrunning, but it's just because of their
Yeah.
formation. Their formation allowed that to happen. Our players are not slow. Our players are not slow like that. But even Liao was completely overran except for like the 2 situations where he was able to finally run at his person.
Yeah. Look. I think the fact that Chelsea was a silver bullet kind of game for them, meaning if they would have lost this game, they would have probably been out of the tournament. So for them, it was a big game. For us, with our injuries, we have Juventus coming up. I do see why maybe we wouldn't be as focused and as good because, and I'm just going to say this again, like, do not expect Milan to be playing beautiful football in these upcoming games. It's not going to happen, guys. Unless we get our team back, it's going to be how well we suffer. These next games is going to be how well we suffer. It's going to be about the suffering. Now against Juve, ironically enough, it's an even more important game. This game against Juve than the game against Chelsea. Because in the Champions League, we still have a lifeline. But in the Scudetto, if we lose against Juve,
Yeah, we're in trouble.
We're in trouble because the teams that we're competing against a lot of teams that aren't losing any points. So it's better that we don't lose against Juve than losing against Chelsea.
Yeah.
If you want
And
to
plus, we'll put Juventus back in the race. And the last thing that you want to give to Juventus is a good run of games.
Yeah. You get Juventus back in it. It's going to give them confidence, and they're going to get back close to the upper positions. So this game against Juve is ironically more important than the game we played against Chelsea.
Definitely. So yeah, Chelsea lost wasn't a big game. Wasn't a big deal. Put it this way. Juve, it is a big deal.
Yeah.
Plus, if we beat Juventus, we'll have like 7 points difference on them. So it's much more important to win against Juventus.
Yeah. Now Juve is pretty healthy
Because
though.
in Champions League, I'm taking that if we win against.
No, if we win against Salzburg,
sorry guys, I think I put a delay. Yeah, so I think we can probably assume that we will, and that even if we lose against Chelsea again, that it's again the mathematics play a role a little bit in it, I think. And Serie A,
yes,
Serie A is it's a different story.
Yeah. And then after the Juventus game, we got Chelsea again at the San Siro, and I think we can get something out of Chelsea at the San Siro. But I think the Juve game is going to take a lot out of us. That's going to be a battle. That's going to be a real battle. That's going to be a real battle.
Oh, that's why.
So it was. Sorry, guys. I think it was like 17th minutes when the Leao came off, wasn't it? 17th.
Yeah.
70th, yeah.
70th, yeah.
Yeah, some Lara. So you can tell what's going on, can you? It's just
no.
Take
After
the Benacer off, didn't he?
Yeah. After the third goal, basically, Pioli did the smart thing.
Yeah, once the game was no longer savable, yeah, you're right.
But that's how it felt like from the like very beginning. Very beginning. That's where it's heading to. It felt like that we're gonna lose anyway from like 5th minute.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can. Roy, if I send you the picture I took and I put in the WhatsApp group, can you show it on the screen?
You got to put it on the private chat.
Okay,
Can you do it? Can you put it on the private chat?
I'll try to.
And yeah, I can show it. I'm not in that group anymore.
Well, yeah, I know. I was just saying in general. I had
How
put it
did
in
the
there.
group react today? Did they go crazy?
Yeah, we're all pretty pissed. You already know Floki was celebrating Chelsea, so
Yeah, that's why I can't be in that group. That's why I just cannot be in that group.
oh, can I send it?
I'll be
Should I
back
send it
during
to you in
the
your?
World Cup.
Should I send it to you in the WhatsApp to you?
Can you send it to the private chat here? That's the easiest thing because I can then put it up.
Because it doesn't let me. I don't think it's gonna let me do that.
Okay, send it to me.
Oh, by the way, Liao really is a player from the different planet. When you're watching him live, it looks even better than in TV. Really, 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 really good. He's worth every penny.
You got it, Rory.
Yeah.
I think it will be a little disaster if we lose him.
Yep.
Well, depends him if we lose him or free or we get a lot of money. Again, it will be bad in both situations, but there is a difference.
Mm. But he stands out on a pitch. From all 22 players, he stands out as just one. You can tell that this guy is different.
What about him? What about him stands out?
It's just the speed and what he is just the way how he handles the ball. Is just relaxed guy. He's just relaxed. It's natural what he does. I like that. He doesn't put much effort what he does when he does his stuff. It's just natural.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously his numbers don't lie, so you can't. So
So when you see all these professional players on the pitch and they do their stuff, and you single him out, you can see that this guy is just special. You can just tell, you can feel it. So let's keep him.
yeah, I hope they do keep him.
I think they got to, don't they? They got to.
I think so. I think. I mean, if they come and pay something like a lot of money, and then with a lot of money they actually invest it properly, like you can build a super team, like a super team. And but we already have a super player, so I would say keep the super player. So I'm with you on that, yeah.
Mm.
But if you sell in for like 200 million, which is, I mean, these English clubs will do it. English football is, anyway, they would do it. Probably 150, 200. I mean, look at Chelsea spent 70
Oh, just
fucking garbage, absolutely. Not garbage, good players, but players that are not worth that kind of money. So yeah, sell out to Chelsea for fucking 200 million, and then use that 200 million to get
Improve the whole squad.
Improve the whole squad. Get serious players like
Get Mudrik.
Yes,
get Mudryk.
that guy.
Get Mudryk.
That guy was. He should have tied the game up against Real Madrid today, but that guy is a beast.
Yeah, get
He's
Mudryk.
fast as fuck.
And this Dutch Belgian guy called Jacob Bakayoko, 19 years old. Get that guy. Like, what the fuck are you waiting for? This kid, 19, is a baller, and the way he's playing is like it's really fucking good. So you have these players like Mudryk, like this Bakayoko kid, like I don't know. I mean, it's not my job to know who the fuck these players are. It's their job. So if you do sell out for that kind of money, you can really buy a lot of superstars. Don't get fucking Vranks, Chow. No, now you get some real fucking players that are
ready to play.
ready to play and ready to players that are so technically good that it's not going to take them long to do what they got to do. You know, you can do that, but
Man,
if you but keep Leo. I would rather keep Leo. Sorry, go ahead.
I miss a good Brazilian in the team.
Well,
Ronaldinho.
there are good Brazilians, but we don't go to that market anymore for whatever reason.
Yeah, just guys, one thing. What was very visible, a leader, a real leader was Tomori.
Sorry,
He
sorry, sorry.
was
You
really
got
shouting a lot of defense. He was
you got
constantly showing them what to do. He was loud. He was
you're being. I don't know. Can you guys hear me, Nathan? Andon?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
His connection
Yeah.
was cutting out.
Yeah, Peter, your connection was cutting it. So Tomori was being a
I
leader on
was
the
just saying
pitch.
that the
Yeah, he might have been loud, but his fucking
proper leader.
gameplay
And
should have been louder.
what I've noticed as well, yeah, I agree it was shit, but it was loud, which is guy performation, uh, like a leader that sees. I've noticed as well, when we're talking about the Liao doesn't have this I'm a superstar factor, and he listens. So Tomori told him twice where to go, what to do, and he just thumbed him up, and he did it. That's kind of like a cool thing to see, like off the camera. See, it was a nice thing to see.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, so okay, so look at that picture, Roy. So look at our players, and then look at the surrounding spaces where the players are. Look who has the ball there. Who is that? Kalulu maybe, or maybe tomorrow. Whoever has the ball there. Look at the passing avenues. Even if he passes straight forward, there's three guys around him. No matter what. So the only way he can go is to the left or right, the left back or the right back. Even if he goes long to Liao, he's by the time the ball gets there, there's going to be three players around him. This picture was like this the entire game. So it wasn't a matter of the players not trying hard enough. It was a matter of the fact that the 3-4-3 system was too overwhelming. We didn't have enough midfield presence. We had no real way to create numerical advantages when we had the ball. If he passes straight to Benacer, the center forward and the center forward and the left forward can collapse on him. The same thing if he goes to Tonali, those guys collapse in on them. If he goes to the wing, there's still three players that collapse on him as well on the right side. This is why we were saying Pioli should have at least tried to go to a 4-3-3, so that way these guys could have some help. Because even look at Giroud. If you go to Giroud, what is he going to do? We know he's not good at trapping the ball and bringing it down. Even if you try and go long and have him flick the ball, with a header, Liao is too far away. He's already too isolated. There's already two defenders on his side of the field. This is the biggest problem that I saw was every player was isolated by 2 to 3 players at all times.
No, you're right.
Here we're missing a player, I think.
Peter, you're cutting up.
I can see 9 of our players.
Yeah, that's because the
Dest is up top.
yeah, he's just further up.
Dest took Krunich's position. No, Dest.
So in this situation, we should have gone to the right. but have a better, faster
But
reaction.
but that's the thing. There's somebody over there already. That's the whole thing. There's already somebody there.
Oh yeah,
Because if you notice, there's only 9 blue shirts
yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
I saw that now. Yeah,
Yeah. So there's that's why I was saying that even if you go to the right, he's gonna be surrounded by 2 to 3 people every single time.
So right now, Benacer is in the center back position. Tomori is the other center back. Kalulu is on the right back. Dest is right wing. Krunic came in to be either pivot or attacking midfield, and Tonali is there as the option. Now, in a situation like this, I mean, this is just a frame, so a lot of things can happen after this. Overall, like, there are two things that you can do in order to go around these players. Either just be technically superior,
Right?
and we're not, because CDK is not. I mean, look, the ball is going to CDK, right? So it's up to CDK to be press resistant and to create the next plays, open up one gradually space at a time. CDK didn't do that at all night. And he didn't do that against Empoli either, by the way. So, if you don't have that, that's already a problem. Now, the other thing that Napoli did against Torino, which was very interesting because Torino played in a similar formation. So Napoli, and Spalletti spoke about this later, and it was really cool. So what Napoli did is Napoli baited you see how Chelsea has a line of 5 in the back, right? You can't see the fifth one, but it's a line of 5. So 3 in the back, 3 in the middle, and then you have the one guy that is there covering Leao, and then they have another guy on this side covering Dest. So what Napoli did against Torino is they got the Vicia and Napolitano to bait those two back down, and then catch them with the 1-2s, and then open up the spaces to go forward. And Spalletti was talking about how they prepared that and how super difficult it was because of the press. Singo was pressing like crazy, and the other guys, but. So that's something that maybe Milan could have done. They could have baited this line here down, lower, so keep Leao lower and keep Dest lower, bait them down, and then attack them diagonally by, good open spaces. They didn't do that. It was just whatever. I don't know if they would have been able to do that. Napoli can do that because Politano and Vicevaraskia don't miss a beat. And also Dest, I don't think Dest can handle this kind of game right now. Balotelli cannot handle that kind of game. He doesn't have those feet to do that. We have to play the way we know how to play, which is this forward, direct kind of play. We need the players to be. First of all, we need a cam that can fucking play. But we need Teo, we need Salamakers, we need Messias, we need Calabria. Dest and Balotelli are just not going to get the job done. And Krunic on the right, too difficult to ask Krunic to save us from. I mean, we have too many players missing now. Too many positions are completely just second, third lines. I mean, Dest didn't even do Dest came in the last day of the damn transfer market, so. There's no way he's ready to play against a team like Chelsea. Not even close.
yeah. This is not this again. This was a last minute solution, so you cannot fault that guy.
Yeah, we
no preseason, nothing.
Yeah. Calabria's gone until January, so Dest is going to play a lot. So now Dest is going to have an opportunity to cement himself in the team. Let's see what he can do. Because he can't be a bad player. I mean, he can't be a bad player. The guy is obviously technically gifted. So if he's technically gifted, you can definitely work with him, right? You can definitely get him to do something. But in order to become... because all of these players are leaders in their own way. When you're part of a starting 11 team, there's the leader, but then everybody is the leader of that position. Dest is not ready to do that. Let's see if he will be able to get that before January. Yeah. There isn't anything we could have done with that lineup. We were getting smacked Stamford Bridge. No. Like, first of all, you need your playmaker to playmake. When your playmaker is not playmaking, it's done. The game is over. First of all, so CDK is just far from being a finalized project. He's struggling a lot. And not having the full team at his disposal is going to make him struggle even more, because he's not ready to take the team, put it on his shoulders. He needs the team to help him. This team like this right now can't help him. So against Juve, it's going to be different because it's Serie A. Milan in Serie A, they don't. I mean, Italian teams are not scared to play in Italy, right? There's none of that. There's none of that. So against Juventus plays really poor football, but it is at the Juventus Stadium. It's going to be a war. It's going to be an absolute war. That game is going to be an absolute war. CDK might perform better against Juve, maybe because in Italy, like, we don't have any issues with pressure and this kind of bullshit. I mean, not as much as we would in Europe. And also, this game here for Dest must have given him some insight on how to work his movements and play with the teammates. But it's not going to be pretty. I don't think it's going to be pretty. We're going through rough waters right now, so we got to just hold on. Yeah. Dash can buy a one-way ticket to Disney and take Diaz and Torre with him. I don't know. Look, Torre won us the game against Empoli, right? So it's just against Empoli, right?
But
Yeah.
that kind of game can be different in the end.
What's that?
That kind of game, the Empoli game, could make the difference in the end. So
Could make a difference?
yeah,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
we won the Scudetto by 2 points. So
Right. Like, Toure could be the reason why we win the Scudetto. Huh?
yeah,
Oh, true. And that can also happen with Dest. Dest can score a super important goal. I don't agree in saying that these players are not good enough. I don't believe that. It's
they are
not
good enough for the role that they're but. They're good rotational players.
Yes, right. They're good rotational players, but they're not. I don't even want to use the word good. I'm just saying these players are not ready to take on the mantles of a team in a game like this.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not ready to do that. But I think if you play Dest every weekend, every game, I'm sure the guy has quality. So he's going to produce, I think. I don't see why he wouldn't.
And plus, people forget in Italy there's a different style of play than in any other country. It's a lot more difficult to adapt tactically to Italy than in any other different country.
Yeah. We know Juventus can beat the small teams in this, so go there week. You go and fucking redeem yourselves or show consistency. And this is that's what we know. Juventus can't beat the small teams in the league. So go there week. You go and fucking redeem yourselves or Chelsea. I don't understand what you're saying, Champions League. No, I'm not saying that these players are of no use, Raul. I'm not saying that. No, they are very useful. I mean, you can argue Balo Touré maybe is the right guy. The problem with our fullback position, the left back position, is whoever is left back in Milan, they know that they're not going to be playing much. So you got to.
So you're left only either with an option to have a Primavera player or a Paulo Touré caliber player that is not that good, but still can give you decent games.
Exactly. Yeah. On the right side, Dest, I think, from what I've seen that he can do on the ball, I think he can become very useful.
Yeah, that has a very good attacking potential.
Right. So they're useful in the way they are meant to be useful. But no, I mean we right now I saw the chart. We in Italy we have the team with the most injuries, and we're the team that has had the most injuries so far. So it's a history repeating itself every single year, same time of the year. It's cyclical. I don't know if you fix it by buying players that historically don't have injuries, or it's the medical staff, or there's something how they do the preparation. Honestly, I don't know. Like you'd have to be inside the environment to see.
Yeah, it's a mixture of many factors. It's not just one thing.
Yeah,
I think it's a little bit of a problem with this replacement. So the only solution to deal with injuries is to have replacements that are ready to play. But when we're supposed to play them, if every game in Serie A is difficult and it's a battle. So if I remember, every time when we put these players on, we always came back and put Theo and others just to sort it out. And then Pioli did not want to make that mistake again, so he plays, good players. It's just, just when to play these players. More games.
Hey guys, I have to go, but if you
Yeah.
want to stay, you can stay.
No,
I'll be back in
have
half
to
an
go as
hour.
well. Yeah.
Sorry, Peter, to cut you off. I just have an appointment I have to go.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I have to go as well. It was a pleasure, guys. Talk to you next time.
All right, thank you, Andon. See you next time. If Peter, you want to keep on going with Nathan, you can. You're welcome to. Nathan, are you still here? Nathan?
Yeah, but like 20 minutes, and then it's a 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Sorry, 2 a.m. in UK, so it's time I'm coming back home from London. So probably it's
I don't
best
think
to
Nathan is there anymore either. Okay, so if you want to talk with the chat, you're more than welcome to. But I gotta go.
No, I'm going to. So thank you very much, guys.
All right, Peter. Really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely join us again next time. Okay.
Yeah, we'll try. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good one. Nathan, are you there? I don't think Nathan is there. All right, guys. Forza Milan. We will see you against Juventus. Let's do it. Looking forward to that battle. See you next time. Everybody do the chat. Thank you for joining us. Till the next one. Peace out. Bye.